I would like to welcome you to the meeting of the Standing Committee in sunny and beautiful Monaco. Isabel and me, we met on Wednesday in Strasbourg when the Maldives flag was hissed, and she promised me sun, and she kept her promise, so thank you very much for that. I want to express my sincere gratitude to the Monegasque authorities and personally to His Excellency Mr. Thomas Prezzo, President of the National Council of Monaco, who will join us shortly here, for organizing our gathering here and for the exceptional hospitality which we experience. Last week I represented the Assembly at the 135th Ministerial Session in Chisinau, an event that concluded the presidency of Moldova, transferred the presidency to Monaco of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. And it was indeed a memorable and important session that will have serious and protracted impact. I consider myself particularly fortunate to witness there the adoption of the resolution on the establishment of the enlarged partial agreement on the special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. The idea of this tribunal was born in our assembly in the hemicycle back in April 2022. And we have consistently promoted it at all levels, even when many governments were still skeptical about the feasibility. So it is particularly satisfying to see how the dreams born in our hemicycle really become political realities. And I believe that this is a sign of how relevant our work remains and how appreciated it is, must give us a serious encouragement to carry on our work as a number of urgent and highly pertinent issues faced by Europe and the entire world. And I think it's truly impressive that we gained that step. And moreover, it was a huge pleasure to learn that already 36 countries and the European Union already committed to join this tribunal. Most important, we do not only see European countries, but there are also others like Australia, Canada, and Costa Rica who have joined. This is something that is difficult to underestimate, and as we see how Europe responds to the call to lead the protection and the strengthening of a rule-based international order, how it becomes the legitimate guardian of the principles and values that made up our identity and guaranteed peace and prosperity, how it rapidly grows into the leader of all those countries for whom freedom, democracy, and human rights are not mere words. Another important result of this ministerial meeting last week was, of course, also the adoption of the Chisinau Declaration, in which member states clearly reaffirmed their commitments to the European Convention on Human Rights, to the fulfillment of the obligations to secure to everyone within their jurisdiction the rights and freedoms defined in the Convention, and to the support for the independence of the European Court of Human Rights and the integrity of the Convention system. And I'm happy that, in case we decide about it, also the President of the Court will address our Assembly during our June part session on Tuesday afternoon. Our Assembly has repeatedly stated that the Convention and the Court are the continent's ultimate guarantors of fundamental freedom and provide a solid foundation for its democratic and peaceful future. It is therefore crucial to safeguard their integrity and legitimacy. At the same time, we recognize the complexity of migration-related challenges encountered by many states, and we also acknowledge that the Convention is not cast in stone. Indeed, the beauty of the Convention is that it can be amended and should indeed evolve to reflect the changes that occur in our societies in a wider world. A wild word as well, I would say sometimes. At the same time, all modifications, hello Thomas, all modifications and interpretations should be made in a calm and thoughtful manner, and I also outlined that in my speech in Chisinau, and never under pressure of populism. I am pleased that the declaration adopted a week ago reflects this approach and does not seek to undermine the convention system. And we also will have, on request of the Migration Committee, if it's adopted like that, in our June session, the follow-up on the Chisinau Declaration about the whole convention system. The adoption of this declaration is also an important indicator that Europe does not shy away from emerging challenges and is ready to find an effective response to them without compromising on our fundamental principles and values. This is just another signal that our continent is ready to be a leader of democratic world, even in the current volatile context. I would also like to welcome the Monegasque Presidency of the Council of Europe and wish them all success. The two of them on the very right of my table will be the guarantees for that, particularly focusing on young people, fostering their active and meaningful engagement in democratic processes, ensuring their adequate protection, but also creative avenues of their participation in public life, and developing mechanisms for effective communication with them. I look forward to work together with the Monegasque Presidency, and I'm confident that together we can make even more of our dreams born in the hemicycle a reality. So thank you very much for that. And as we have a quite busy agenda, on the one hand, I would really like to welcome all our guests here today, the President of the National Assembly, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Ambassador of Monaco to Strasbourg, our Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly. She's not a guest, by the way. But as we have a busy agenda today with several debates this morning, after the welcome address of His Excellency Thomas Prezzo, we will have an exchange of views with Mrs. Isabel Berro Amadei, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation and President now of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. We will then debate the Legal Affairs Committee's report on the Venice Commission Rule of Law checklist with a statement by Mrs. Marta Katabia, the President of the Venice Commission, who will participate online. And in the afternoon, we will hold a debate on the urgent procedure of restructuring and streamlining the rules of procedure. We will also have a debate on the report of the Cultural Committee on journalism in the context of the Israel-Gaza conflict and the report of the Equality Committee on enhancing cooperation between parliaments and equality bodies. As customary, the Standing Committee meeting will be followed by a round table organized in collaboration with the delegation of Monaco to the Assembly, and I really encourage you to participate in this round table and youth and artificial intelligence, education, autonomy, and democratic safeguard. I think a topic that is really very important. So with any further ado, I now would like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Thomas Prezzo, President of the National Council of Monaco, for a welcome address. Dear President, dear Thomas, on behalf of the members of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly, I should like to express our deepest thanks for hosting this meeting here in Monaco and for your warm hospitality. We all enjoyed yesterday evening at the terrace over there. You are here among friends, since you have been a member of the Parliamentary Assembly until 2024. You know quite well how we are working, what we are doing. And when you left us, you just left us because you became president. So that's the only reason. Otherwise, he still would be among us. A lawyer by profession, you have put your legal experience at the service of the National Council Legislation Committee, which you chaired for the past 6 years. In this capacity, you coordinated the review of significant number of highly technical pieces of legislation that were adopted by the National Council, notably the various anti-money laundering laws, reforms by civil and criminal procedure, the law on the transmission of nationality through marriage, the law on children of the country, and the emergency law during the Corona period. At the same time, you participated in the work of the committee responsible for updating the codes and also chaired the special committee tasked with amendments to the National Council Rule of Procedure as part of GRECO fourth evaluation cycle. And so without any further ado, it's my pleasure to give the floor to you.
Thank you, Petra, for those words. Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe, Monsieur le Secrétaire général du Conseil de l'Europe, Madame la Conseillère du gouvernement ministre des Relations extérieures et de la coopération, Présidente du Comité des ministres, chère Isabelle Béraud-Amadei, Monsieur l'ambassadeur et représentant permanent de la Principauté de Monaco auprès du Conseil de l'Europe, Monsieur le Secrétaire général adjoint du Conseil de l'Europe, Madame la Secrétaire générale de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe, chers parlementaires de tous horizons, chers conseillères, chers conseillers nationaux, à commencer par Madame la chef de délégation, Béatrice Fresco-Rolfo, que je ne présente plus, Mesdames, Messieurs, en vos titres, grades et qualités. Après la venue, il y a quelques semaines, de la Commission des questions politiques et de la démocratie, c'est un très grand honneur pour la Principauté de Monaco et pour le Conseil national de vous accueillir aujourd'hui, ici même, à l'occasion de cette réunion de la Commission permanente de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe, quelques jours seulement après que Monaco ait commencé à assurer la présidence du Comité des ministres. À ce titre, je voudrais témoigner à Isabelle Béraud-Amadei toute mon estime et ma reconnaissance pour le travail qu'elle va accomplir au cours des prochains mois et même au-delà. À Monaco, nous la connaissons tous, nous connaissons tous ses compétences et ses qualités, des compétences et des qualités qu'elle a su mettre au profit de toutes les institutions pour lesquelles elle a œuvré, comme magistrat au palais de justice, puis comme juge à la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme, c'est dire si elle connaît bien les rouages du Conseil de l'Europe, comme ambassadeur de la Principauté de Monaco à l'étranger, notamment en Allemagne, ou comme aujourd'hui encore, en sa qualité de conseiller du gouvernement ministre des Relations extérieures et de la coopération, comme ministre d'État également, le temps d'assurer l'intérim après le décès de Didier Guillaume en janvier 2025, qui nous a quittés malheureusement bien trop tôt et pour lequel j'aurais une pensée émue aujourd'hui. Et enfin, depuis quelques jours, comme représentante de la Principauté de Monaco à la présidence du Comité des ministres. Alors pour la petite anecdote, nous avons une discussion hier soir à table. Je m'interrogeais sur la personne qui dote mieux qu'Isabelle Béraud ait pu exercer ses fonctions. Et puis quand elle m'a parlé un petit peu de son parcours en tant que magistrat, j'ai compris que finalement, personne d'autre n'aurait pu faire mieux et être mieux armé pour pouvoir assurer ses fonctions au cours de ces prochains mois. Vous l'aurez compris en tout cas, je n'ai aucun doute sur le fait qu'elle remplira une nouvelle fois, avec professionnalisme et exemplarité, la mission qui lui a été confiée par son Altesse Sérénissime, le prince Albert II, notre souverain. Et en ma qualité de président du Conseil national et devant vous tous, je tiens à vous assurer, chère Isabelle, et assurer au gouvernement princier, le plein et entier soutien de la Haute Assemblée pour les actions que vous mènerez à la présidence du Comité des ministres au profit des 45 autres membres du Conseil au cours des 6 prochains mois. Avec la tenue de cette réunion de la Commission permanente de la PCE, le moment que nous vivons aujourd'hui possède une portée institutionnelle particulière, car l'Assemblée parlementaire et le Comité des ministres n'avancent pas sur des chemins parallèles. Ils avancent ensemble, ils se répondent, ils se questionnent parfois, mais ils se complètent toujours. L'Assemblée parlementaire est d'une certaine manière la conscience démocratique permanente du Conseil de l'Europe. Elle interroge, elle alerte, elle stimule l'action publique. Ce cas de figure ne nous est pas inconnu ici. J'en vois qui sourit. Nous le connaissons bien même ici à Monaco, du fait de la particularité de notre régime, du fait que le gouvernement n'est pas responsable devant le Parlement, du fait que notre Constitution nous conduit systématiquement à chercher un consensus avec l'exécutif gouvernemental sur tous les sujets qui relèvent de notre compétence. Pourtant, et je le dis avec sincérité, en présence d'un membre du gouvernement, nous avons la chance de démontrer qu'il n'existe pas nécessairement d'opposition entre l'exigence parlementaire et l'action gouvernementale. Sur des sujets essentiels, comme la protection du droit des femmes, la protection des enfants, notamment face aux nouveaux risques qu'ils encourent, les risques numériques, la participation des jeunes à la vie démocratique, ou encore la lutte contre la criminalité organisée et plus généralement le blanchiment de capitaux, ce sont quelques sujets parmi d'autres. Au sujet de la participation des jeunes à la vie publique, le Conseil national est particulièrement engagé, parce qu'une démocratie qui n'écoute plus sa jeunesse prépare souvent sa propre fragilité. Notre Conseil national des jeunes traduit concrètement cette conviction: donner la parole, former au débat, les initier à la défense de nos valeurs, transmettre les réflexes démocratiques avant même leur entrée dans la vie citoyenne. Nos conseillers nationaux juniors seront d'ailleurs présents cet après-midi pour assister à la table ronde qui aura pour thème « Jeunesse et intelligence artificielle ». J'en profite pour vous rappeler à tous que vous êtes toutes et tous invités et vous honorez par votre présence ce thème que nous avons choisi et qui est central pour notre avenir et celui des générations futures. Sur un autre sujet, je veux affirmer que la principauté tout entière est également pleinement mobilisée dans la lutte contre la criminalité organisée et plus particulièrement la lutte contre le blanchiment de capitaux, le financement du terrorisme, la prolifération et la corruption. Pour avoir travaillé très activement sur ce sujet, c'est peu dire, depuis mon élection en 2018 et avant de prendre les fonctions que j'exerce actuellement, je mesure pleinement combien ce sujet a pu donner lieu à des perceptions extérieures, des perceptions que je qualifierais de réductrices ou erronées, en tout cas injustes, concernant la situation de Monaco. Mais les faits sont têtus. Notre pays a engagé des réformes profondes, considérables et exigeantes, mobilisant l'ensemble des institutions. Gouvernement, autorité judiciaire, l'autorité de contrôle elle-même, les différents services de l'administration, mais aussi l'Assemblée législative. Les acteurs économiques eux-mêmes ont entrepris des efforts colossaux pour être à la hauteur des standards internationaux. Ils ont bouleversé leur méthode de travail, fragilisé leur rapport avec leur clientèle, qui est exigeante, ainsi qu'on peut la trouver à Monaco. Le tout en pleine relance économique qui a suivi la crise Covid. Il faut le souligner et le saluer. Nous avons conscience qu'au fond, la crédibilité internationale ne se construit jamais sur les intentions. Elle se construit sur les actes. Et plus exactement encore, sur la constance de ces actes. La principauté, plus que jamais, exemplaire, tout en poursuivant ses efforts, attend avec sérénité une conclusion favorable. Dans notre fonctionnement institutionnel quotidien, il existe aussi des sujets sur lesquels les représentants des élus des Monégasques peuvent exprimer des sensibilités différentes de celles du gouvernement. Mais une démocratie solide ne se caractérise pas par l'absence de débat. Elle se caractérise par sa capacité à conduire ces débats, dans le respect des institutions et de l'état de droit. Il y a quelques semaines, en Moldavie, Madame la présidente de la PCE, Petra Bayer, appelait les États à agir pour protéger les droits de l'homme et la démocratie, avant d'ajouter cette phrase particulièrement forte. Le Conseil de l'Europe est la conscience de l'Europe. Cette phrase est bien plus qu'une citation. Elle mérite une véritable réflexion collective. Le Conseil de l'Europe n'est pas une institution parmi d'autres. Il n'est pas seulement une enceinte diplomatique. Non, non, ça c'est une certitude. Il est l'espace où l'Europe se rappelle ce qu'elle veut être. Car lorsqu'on parle d'Europe, on ne parle pas seulement de marché, on ne parle pas seulement de mécanismes budgétaires, de normes ou de quotas. Depuis 75 ans, le Conseil de l'Europe parle de valeurs, et j'ai envie de dire de valeurs essentielles. On parle de droits de l'homme, on parle d'état de droit, on parle de démocratie, en somme, on parle de liberté. Et qu'est-ce qu'il y a de plus important que la liberté ? Cette liberté, c'est ce que nos peuples recherchent. C'est elle qui leur permet de choisir leur destin. C'est elle qui nous permet de distinguer les progrès du renoncement. C'est elle qui constitue notre boussole démocratique commune. Et cette boussole, c'est précisément ce que représente le Conseil de l'Europe. Pour autant, gardons bien les yeux ouverts. Nous aurons tort de nous rassurer derrière les murs de nos institutions, car l'histoire nous enseigne une chose. Les démocraties s'effondrent presque jamais d'un seul coup. Elles s'érodent lentement, par habitude, par renoncement successif, par fatigue collective. L'état de droit ne disparaît pas toujours devant le fracas des chars. Il peut aussi reculer dans le silence des habitudes, dans l'indifférence ou derrière des décisions présentées comme provisoires. Aujourd'hui, les signaux d'alerte sont nombreux. Lorsque les juridictions sont contestées parce que leurs décisions dérangent, lorsque la presse est fragilisée ou que la liberté d'expression est bâillonnée, lorsque les élections sont contestées avant même d'avoir eu lieu, lorsque les opinions publiques sont manipulées par des puissances étrangères, lorsque la vérité elle-même devient relative. Alors, ce ne sont plus simplement des crises politiques que nous traversons. Ce sont les fondations mêmes de nos démocraties qui commencent à trembler. Et lorsque les fondations tremblent, aucun pays, petit ou grand, ne peut croire qu'il restera éternellement à l'abri. Dans ce contexte, les relations interparlementaires ne relèvent plus du confort diplomatique. Elles relèvent de la vigilance démocratique. Car lorsqu'un État de droit vacille, quelque part en Europe, il ne s'agit jamais d'un problème local. C'est toujours une fissure dans un édifice commun. Et les fissures démocratiques ont une particularité, elles ne restent jamais longtemps confinées derrière les frontières. Cet après-midi, nos échanges porteront précisément sur ces défis. La résilience démocratique, le renforcement des contre-pouvoirs et surtout l'impact de l'intelligence artificielle sur nos processus démocratiques. Personne ne pourra contredire qu'une démocratie devient vulnérable lorsque chacun reçoit une information différente, une réalité différente ou une vérité différente. Avec le développement fulgurant de l'intelligence artificielle et surtout de l'IA générative, le danger ne sera certainement plus la censure. Le danger sera l'impossibilité de distinguer le vrai du faux. Et lorsqu'une société ne partage plus une réalité commune, elle ne partage bientôt plus de destin commun. La démocratie n'est pas un héritage que l'on reçoit pour toujours. Elle est une responsabilité quotidienne qui nous incombe et que nous devons assumer, sans attendre l'apparition des premières fissures. Mesdames, Messieurs, en dépit de ces avant-propos empreints de gravité, mais que je crois lucides, je souhaite à chacune et chacun d'entre vous la bienvenue en principauté. Bienvenue aux parlementaires venus de toute l'Europe. Bienvenue à vos équipes également. Petra l'a rappelé, mais pour avoir partagé vos bancs à Strasbourg pendant un peu plus d'une année, au sein de notre délégation monégasque, je sais que c'est vous qui faites vivre chaque jour cet espace unique de dialogue démocratique. À ce propos, je ne peux évoquer notre délégation monégasque sans avoir un mot pour eux. Chacun aura noté que ces derniers sont très actifs. Et je vous garantis qu'en tant que président de l'Assemblée, j'ai de plus en plus de cheveux blancs qui apparaissent lorsqu'ils viennent dans mon bureau m'annoncer qu'ils ont de nouvelles idées pour Strasbourg. Il en est de même pour mon secrétaire général qui pense immédiatement au budget de l'Assemblée. Mais comment ne pas les soutenir, tant ils font un travail exemplaire au profit de la PCE et qu'ils portent ainsi aussi haut les couleurs de Monaco et du Conseil national. Chère Béatrice, chère Christine, cher Christophe, désolé Christophe, tu excuseras ma galanterie pour l'ordre dans lequel je viens de vous citer, je sais que vous conviendrez sans hésitation qu'il nous est impossible d'oublier Benjamin Cellario et Thomas Manrique, qui eux aussi se démènent sans relâche pour le compte de notre Assemblée depuis Monaco et partout ailleurs. Sans eux, nous n'aurons certainement pas la même efficacité. C'est d'ailleurs principalement et grâce à l'implication de Thomas et Benjamin, en lien avec les équipes du Conseil de l'Europe, que cet événement a pu être organisé, et très très bien organisé, même de ce que j'entends par-ci et par-là. Ça fait plusieurs mois qu'ils travaillent là-dessus. Je n'oublie pas non plus les autres personnes qui sont derrière eux, Stéphane, Nicolas, Jérémy, et tant d'autres. À vous tous, Béatrice, Christine, Christophe, Benjamin et Thomas, tous les autres également, je tiens à vous remercier pour votre engagement, pour votre implication, et vous féliciter aussi chaleureusement pour tout le travail que vous accomplissez au nom de notre Assemblée et dans l'intérêt général. Encore une fois, merci. Ceci étant un juste retour des choses, Mesdames, Messieurs, je forme le vœu que nos travaux soient à la hauteur des défis auxquels notre continent est confronté. Et c'est avec un très grand plaisir que je déclare officiellement ouverte la réunion de la commission permanente de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe. Je n'ai plus qu'un mot pour conclure. Vive les droits de l'homme, vive l'état de droit, vive la démocratie, vive le Conseil de l'Europe, vive Monaco aussi, et vive tous les pays membres. Merci à vous.
Dear Thomas, thank you so much for your welcome address. And on the one hand, of course, I'm very much looking forward to cooperate very closely with the Monegascan presidency and the delegation. And I also have to say that in our standards, Monaco is a superpower in the Parliamentary Assembly with 2 chairs of committees from Monaco and the presidency. I think it never happened before. So it's of course, you owed it. So that brings me to the next point of our agenda, which is the exchange of views with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Monaco and the President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, Mrs. Isabelle Berro-Amandé. Madam President, dear Isabelle, thank you very much for your availability and the warm welcome we received in Monaco. We are looking forward to the 6 months of your presidency, it's the very first presidency in the history of Monaco since it joined the Council of Europe in 2004. So it's a truly historic milestone also for you. The pace supports the ambitious priorities set up for your presidency, namely the effective protection of all citizens, in particular those who are the most vulnerable ones, the fight against violence against women and girls, your focus on young people and sport as a factor of inclusion. We also had an exchange with Her Highness this morning on the possibility of sport to integrate people and to overcome hurdles, and also for your commitment on the human rights protection system. Thomas already mentioned that you have been a judge on respect of Monaco at the court, so you indeed know the Assembly, but also, of course, the whole Council of Europe and the system behind it very, very clearly. You were a judge between 2006 and 2012, and you were the president of a section until 2015. So, dear Madam President, it's an honor to give you the floor. Please.
Thank you very much, Ms. President. Monsieur le secrétaire général du Conseil de l'Europe, Madame la présidente de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe, Madame la secrétaire générale de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe, Monsieur le président du Conseil national, Madame la présidente de la délégation monégasque auprès de la PCE, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs. Tout d'abord, merci beaucoup, cher Monsieur le président du Conseil national, pour vos paroles chaleureuses à mon endroit. Croyez bien que je tâcherai de me montrer digne de la confiance qui m'a été confiée. Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un très grand honneur pour la Principauté de Monaco de vous accueillir aujourd'hui à l'occasion de cette réunion de la Commission permanente de l'Assemblée parlementaire. Votre présence à Monaco revêt une signification toute particulière, alors même que la Principauté exerce depuis quelques jours, et pour la première fois, depuis son adhésion au Conseil de l'Europe en 2004, Madame la Présidente vient de le rappeler, la présidence du Comité des ministres. Cette séquence constitue pour notre pays bien davantage qu'une responsabilité institutionnelle. Elle s'inscrit dans un contexte européen particulièrement préoccupant qui appelle plus que jamais à réaffirmer notre attachement aux valeurs fondatrices du Conseil de l'Europe et à l'idéal qu'il porte depuis 1949. Car vous le savez, l'Europe traverse aujourd'hui un moment charnière de son histoire. La guerre est revenue sur notre continent, les tensions géopolitiques s'intensifient, les rapports de force prennent le pas sur les solutions communes, les démocraties sont fragilisées, notamment par la désinformation et les ingérences étrangères, la polarisation croissante et le repli sur soi remettent en cause les fondements de la cohésion de nos sociétés, et les crises économiques, énergétiques et commerciales produisent des conséquences directes sur la vie quotidienne de nos citoyens. Et derrière ces déséquilibres, ce sont toujours des femmes, des hommes et des enfants qui en subissent les effets. Les populations civiles paient le prix des conflits, des déplacements forcés, de la précarité, de la violence et aussi de l'affaiblissement progressif de nos institutions démocratiques. La guerre d'agression menée par la Fédération de Russie contre l'Ukraine nous le rappelle chaque jour avec une particulière brutalité. Depuis plus de 4 ans, Les civils ukrainiens vivent sous les bombardements, les séparations familiales, les destructions et les souffrances humaines les plus profondes, dans le mépris le plus total du droit international humanitaire. Face à cette réalité, notre devoir est sans équivoque. Il ne peut y avoir de paix durable sans justice, ni de sécurité véritable sans établissement des responsabilités. C'est pourquoi la Principauté de Monaco soutient pleinement les efforts engagés en faveur du tribunal spécial pour le crime d'agression contre l'Ukraine, ainsi que l'ensemble des mécanismes de redevabilité mis en place par le Conseil de l'Europe. Parce que défendre le droit international, ce n'est pas défendre une idée abstraite, c'est protéger concrètement les populations civiles, préserver leur dignité et garantir que les violations les plus graves ne demeurent pas impunies. Et c'est précisément dans cet environnement international marqué par de profondes fragilités que Monaco a souhaité inscrire sa présidence autour d'une ambition claire, la protection de tous par une organisation efficace pour répondre aux défis contemporains. La protection de tous constitue d'abord une exigence profondément humaine. Elle implique de garantir une protection effective des personnes les plus vulnérables et de faire vivre les droits fondamentaux que nous avons toutes et tous la responsabilité de défendre. La protection des femmes contre les violences, la lutte contre les abus visant les enfants, la prise en compte des enjeux liés à la santé mentale, à la radicalisation ou encore à l'exposition des jeunes au contenu numérique figureront donc parmi les priorités de la présidence monégasque. En ce sens, la présidence mettra l'accent sur la mise en œuvre des engagements prévus par la Convention d'Istanbul, le développement de solutions aux défis qui touchent la jeunesse, ainsi que la participation des jeunes au débat démocratique. Cette ambition repose également sur une organisation efficace. La crédibilité du Conseil de l'Europe réside dans sa capacité à rendre les droits réellement effectifs pour les populations qu'il protège. L'organisation repose sur la force de son système conventionnel, sur l'autorité de la Cour européenne des droits de l'homme et sur l'application des engagements librement souscrits par les États membres. L'exécution pleine et entière des arrêts de la Cour constitue ainsi une exigence essentielle. La cohérence dans son ensemble des travaux du Conseil de l'Europe requiert un dialogue constructif entre les États membres ainsi qu'une coordination régulière entre les différents organes. L'Assemblée parlementaire joue à ce titre un rôle crucial en faisant vivre le lien direct avec les 700 millions de citoyens européens et le pluralisme démocratique qui constitue l'un des atouts majeurs de notre organisation. Votre présence témoigne de cette nécessaire complémentarité et de l'importance du dialogue interinstitutionnel dans une période où nos démocraties ont plus que jamais besoin de cohésion, de clarté et de confiance. Cette mobilisation collective est en effet indispensable pour relever les défis contemporains auxquels notre continent est confronté. La guerre d'agression menée contre l'Ukraine, la criminalité organisée, la cybercriminalité ou encore les atteintes à l'état de droit fragilisent durablement nos sociétés et appellent des réponses coordonnées à l'échelle européenne. Pour y répondre, le soutien aux mécanismes de redevabilité, le renforcement de la résilience démocratique, ainsi que la préservation de la confiance des citoyens dans leurs institutions constituent des priorités essentielles pour l'avenir de notre continent. Le nouveau pacte démocratique pour l'Europe, porté par le secrétaire général, s'inscrit pleinement dans cette ambition commune au service de la sécurité démocratique européenne. Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, à travers cette présidence, la Principauté de Monaco souhaite contribuer pleinement à la défense des principes qui fondent l'action du Conseil de l'Europe, les droits humains, l'état de droit et la démocratie. Car au-delà des crises que traverse aujourd'hui notre continent, c'est un certain idéal européen qui nous appartient, ensemble, de préserver. L'idéal d'une Europe fondée sur la dignité humaine, sur la justice, sur la liberté et sur la conviction profonde que la paix durable ne peut exister sans démocratie et sans droit. Il y a 77 ans, les pères fondateurs du Conseil de l'Europe ont voulu bâtir une organisation capable de protéger cet idéal après les tragédies du XXe siècle. Cet héritage nous oblige. Il nous oblige à préserver la force du droit face aux logiques de puissance, à faire vivre le multilatéralisme et à renforcer le dialogue. Permettez-moi de vous redire aujourd'hui la fierté qui est la nôtre de vous accueillir à cette réunion. Je vous souhaite des échanges riches et fructueux et forme le vœu que nos travaux collectifs contribuent, au cours des prochains mois, à renforcer encore davantage l'unité et l'action du Conseil de l'Europe au service des populations de notre continent. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for outlining all these priorities and all these goals. I will now give the floor to the members of the standing committees, and you could put questions to the minister. And I would like to remind you that the time limit for questions is 30 seconds. I will group the questions, and I start with the representatives of the political groups. And so I will first give the floor to Morgens Jensen on behalf of SOC.
Thank you very much, Mrs. President, and thanks also to the Monaco delegation for a wonderful organization and your hospitality here in Monaco. My question for you, Minister and now President of the Council of Ministers, also as the chair of our Cultural Committee, your ambitious program also on sports is, I think, to be noticed. And I see that you would like to focus on young people and the protection of young people in sport, which is very important. But I would also like to ask you how you see possibilities of strengthening the work of good governance in sport and the respect of human rights and also more transparency. As knowing you been working on this also earlier, I would like to hear your further ambitions on that on behalf of our group. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds, just as a reminder. Maria Mesentseva on behalf of EPP.
Madam Minister, thank you so much for putting in the heart of the Monaco presidency that there is no peace and justice possible without democracy. And of course, my question would be in the line of humanitarian issues. You mentioned a lot the deported children and the issues of the children. We would like to know if it's possible also to put in the priority of Monaco's presidency the issue of the civilians who are taken hostage, who are kept in captivity unlawfully, because we know that the Geneva Conventions are clearly saying civilians can't be taken hostage. Thank you for putting the work of the International Committee of the Red Cross in the heart of it, and we hope that the Monaco can help us release all the civilians captive and bring all illegally deported children back home to Ukraine. Merci.
Thank you very much. I again want to remind you to the 30-second limit. And Scholt Nemeth on behalf of ECPA.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Foreign Minister. I'm grateful for your words. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your address. I would like to express also my gratitude to the Monaco delegation, to Mr. Bricot and Madam Fresco, the excellent organization, and I would like to wish you a successful presidency period. My question, Madam Minister, concerns the Chisinau Foreign Ministerial, which was a real success. And one aspect of that was the proposed plan to adopt a convention against foreign interference. Foreign interference is part of our everyday political life, East and also West. And I believe that for us in the Council of Europe, this is one of the most important challenges we are confronting in the process of creating the new democratic pact. What do you see as a possibility under your presidency relating the Convention against foreign interference? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now on behalf of ALDE, Rian Vogels.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, during Monaco's Council of Europe, Presidency momentum has clearly grown for the establishment of the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, with 36 countries and the European Union now having committed to the initiative. This reflects a widening recognition that accountability for the crime of aggression is essential for upholding the international legal order, as you expressed in your speech. My question is, could you outline how Monaco intends to actively use its presidency to accelerate the political and legal steps needed to establish this tribunal? And in particular, how will Monaco help bridge remaining differences among states on its legal foundation, jurisdiction, and enforcement mechanisms? Thank you for the hospitality on behalf of the ALDE Group, and on a personal level, it's a pleasure to visit your country, your beautiful country, for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I understood correctly, Joël does not want to raise a question. That's correct. Then please, Isabelle, over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Donc, la première question est relative au sport. Je souhaitais tout d'abord mentionner, et vous avez sans doute eu l'occasion, pour ceux qui ont pu participer au petit déjeuner avec Son Altesse Sérénissime, la princesse Charlène, toute l'importance que Monaco accorde au sport ici en principauté. Un sport facteur d'inclusion, facteur de cohésion, non seulement pour les jeunes, mais pour l'ensemble des personnes qui habitent ici à Monaco. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons souhaité inscrire le sport dans les priorités des actions de la principauté dans le cadre de la présidence du comité des ministres. Nous aurons le plaisir d'accueillir la 19e conférence des ministres responsables du sport à Monaco au mois de novembre. Cette conférence sera présidée par le ministre de l'Intérieur et portera sur un thème, un sport plus sûr et plus sain pour tous les enfants. Ce qui nous permet également de coordonner à la fois la priorité du sport et la priorité portée par la principauté sur la question des enfants. Nous aborderons à l'occasion de cette conférence deux thématiques qui nous semblent importantes. La première sera la prévention, la détection et la réponse aux violences et abus commis envers les enfants. Et la deuxième thématique qui sera examinée sera la promotion de la santé physique et mentale ainsi que du bien-être des enfants. Nous avons conscience à Monaco que si le sport est un formidable outil d'épanouissement pour les enfants et pour les jeunes, son plein potentiel ne peut se réaliser que dans le cadre d'un environnement inclusif, participatif et également sûr. Donc, l'APES traite également régulièrement des questions d'intégrité dans le sport. Je pense que ces questions seront également évoquées dans le cadre de cette conférence. Et je me réfère également à la Convention de Macolin, qui est tout aussi importante dans ce domaine. Donc, une conférence qui, pour nous, fait partie des moments forts de cette présidence. Et donc, j'espère que la participation sera importante. Le deuxième point sur la question des civils pris en otage. Concernant les prisonniers de guerre, donc nous rappelons bien évidemment la nécessité de respecter le droit international public et notamment les conventions de Genève et la convention de l'ONU sur la torture. Je voudrais faire un point particulier, notamment sur la question des enfants déportés vers l'Ukraine. Vous savez que c'est une question, donc la protection de tous les enfants, y compris ceux d'Ukraine, est une priorité aussi pour la présidence monégasque. C'est une situation qui fait l'objet de décisions et de discussions approfondies au sein du comité des ministres, où nous déplorons, réunion après réunion, je dirais, les attaques ciblées qui sont menées par la Fédération de Russie contre les biens civils, où malheureusement se trouve souvent une présence importante d'enfants, les maisons, les hôpitaux, les maternités, les écoles, les crèches et aussi les espaces de loisirs. Nous sommes également gravement préoccupés par les meurtres, par les blessures et aussi les abus sexuels qui sont commis sur les enfants et bien évidemment, vous l'avez mentionné, Madame, les transferts illégaux d'enfants ukrainiens par les forces russes et leur déportation, que ce soit en Fédération de Russie ou bien vers le Bélarus, ou encore vers les zones qui sont temporairement occupées ou contrôlées par la Fédération de Russie. Et puis aussi leur placement forcé ou leur adoption par des familles d'accueil et de façon plus générale par toutes les violations graves de leur dignité. Donc nous considérons que tous les crimes qui sont commis contre ces enfants doivent faire l'objet d'une enquête indépendante et surtout ne doivent pas rester impunis, conformément aux principes généraux du droit international et du droit international humanitaire. Nous avions adopté lors du sommet de Reykjavik une déclaration sur la situation des enfants en Ukraine. Vous le savez, un groupe consultatif du Conseil de l'Europe sur les enfants d'Ukraine a été créé pour servir de plateforme multilatérale d'échange d'informations. Je crois que ça fonctionne assez bien. Il y a aussi des groupes de dialogue thématiques qui ont été créés sur le sujet qui peuvent apporter des soutiens psychologiques, de prise en charge aussi pour tenir compte des traumatismes incommensurables que doivent vivre ces enfants et leurs familles, parce que je crois qu'il faut aussi penser à leurs familles. Donc, je voudrais aussi saluer l'engagement constant de l'envoyé spécial du secrétaire général sur la situation des enfants d'Ukraine qui travaille activement pour coordonner l'ensemble des actions visant à garantir les droits des enfants ukrainiens. Et puis pour terminer sur le sujet, le comité des ministres se félicite également de la coopération continue qui existe entre le Conseil de l'Europe avec la coalition internationale pour le retour des enfants ukrainiens. Et je dois dire à titre alors la plus national que la principauté a rejoint cette coalition tout récemment et je m'en félicite. Alors, la troisième question visait les FIMI, je crois. Est-ce que c'est ça ? Je ne sais plus où était le monsieur qui m'a posé la question sur les FIMI. Voilà, merci. Vous avez raison, monsieur. Les phénomènes d'ingérence étrangère et de manipulation de l'information constituent véritablement l'un des défis les plus insidieux, hybride et évolutif pour nos démocraties. C'est une question qui a, vous l'avez mentionné, été abordée lors du sommet de Chisinau. Je crois que notre réponse, elle doit être à la fois lucide, globale et aussi tournée vers l'anticipation. Nous devons agir d'abord en amont, auprès des jeunes. Ça nous paraît fondamental. En tout cas, à Monaco, c'est quelque chose que nous faisons régulièrement. Les jeunes aujourd'hui évoluent dans un environnement numérique qui est caractérisé par la rapidité et la surabondance de l'information. Souvent, ça ne leur permet pas d'en évaluer la véracité de ces informations et surtout la fiabilité. Et donc, les jeunes sont une cible privilégiée pour les stratégies de manipulation. Donc, je crois qu'il faut véritablement, dans nos États membres, renforcer l'éducation aux médias, renforcer l'éducation à l'information, développer l'esprit critique également de nos jeunes et soutenir des écosystèmes numériques qui soient responsables. Deuxième volet aussi, il me semble qu'il faut avoir une vision un peu plus globale et porter une attention accrue aux circuits de financement qui soutiennent ces phénomènes. La criminalité organisée à travers le blanchiment de capitaux, Les cryptoactifs, qui sont aussi des phénomènes émergents, peuvent accentuer les risques de désinformation, d'ingérence étrangère et de manipulation de l'information. Donc je crois qu'il faut consolider la traçabilité des flux financiers illicites et renforcer notamment la coopération opérationnelle entre les États membres. C'est la raison pour laquelle, d'ailleurs, nous allons organiser, dans le cadre de notre présidence, une conférence des ministres de la Justice au mois de juin sur la lutte contre le blanchiment des capitaux, et ça permettra aussi d'adresser, je pense, ces phénomènes. Autre objectif, autre action sur laquelle je crois qu'il est important de se pencher, c'est la prévention de la radicalisation, notamment des jeunes, qui doit aussi être intégrée à cette approche globale et holistique. Là aussi, la principauté présidera un événement sur la radicalisation des jeunes qui sera présidé par notre ministre de la Justice. Donc tout ça pour vous dire que je pense que l'ensemble de ces actes appellent à des réponses collectives, à la hauteur du caractère transnational et évolutif de ces menaces. Et donc, comme je vous l'ai dit, nous organiserons différents événements et plusieurs conférences qui seront consacrées à ces enjeux. S'agissant donc de l'éventuelle convention cadre qui donc fait l'objet de réflexions actuellement et qui a été abordée dans le cadre du sommet de Chisinau. Donc, nous avons pris connaissance de l'étude de faisabilité du comité d'experts qui avait été désigné par le comité des ministres, qui laisse la porte ouverte à l'élaboration d'une convention cadre. Donc, je crois que l'objectif de la présidence dans les 6 prochains mois sera de continuer le dialogue avec les États membres pour explorer les différentes options qui sont sur la table. Peut-être tout d'abord arriver à une définition des FIMI, puisque pour l'instant, nous n'avons pas de définition précise, en tout cas qui fait consensus au sein des États membres, et ensuite pour voir quelles sont les pistes qui permettront une régulation sur le sujet. Le tribunal spécial. Donc pour revenir à la situation donc, de l'Ukraine et du tribunal spécial, Madame la Présidente l'a évoqué tout à l'heure, je crois que ce moment que nous avons vécu à Chisinau, je ne sais plus qui m'a posé la question, que je puisse lui répondre. Voilà. Ce moment que nous avons vécu à Chisinau est un moment historique. Personnellement, je ne m'attendais pas à voir autant d'États qui manifestent lors de ce sommet leur soutien à l'établissement du tribunal spécial. Madame la Présidente l'a rappelé, 36 États donc, ont manifesté ce soutien, avec d'autres États qui ne sont pas membres du Conseil de l'Europe, et je crois qu'il faut vraiment s'en féliciter. Tout d'abord, je crois qu'il faut, en anglais on dirait « pay tribute » au peuple ukrainien pour sa résilience et son courage admirable. Les efforts inlassables du président Zelensky et des autorités ukrainiennes doivent vraiment être soulignés, ces efforts pour défendre leur nation et pour défendre leur population. Monaco a toujours réaffirmé son attachement à l'intégrité territoriale, à la souveraineté et à l'indépendance de l'Ukraine. Et j'ai mentionné dans le cadre de mon intervention à Chisinau, et je crois que c'est quelque chose d'essentiel, que les événements en cours au Moyen-Orient, qui bien évidemment nous occupent également et nous préoccupent, ne doivent pas faire oublier les souffrances de la population ukrainienne et l'urgence à trouver rapidement une solution à ce conflit. S'agissant du tribunal spécial, donc, la résolution instituant un accord partiel élargi pour soutenir le fonctionnement du tribunal spécial a été adoptée lors de la conférence de Chisinau. L'entrée en vigueur effective est subordonnée à une double conditionnalité. La première, c'est une participation suffisante d'États dont les principaux contributeurs. Donc il va falloir attendre que chaque État ratifie en fonction de ses procédures internes, bien évidemment, et également la confirmation de la viabilité financière sur la base d'éléments budgétaires consolidés. Donc, vous pouvez véritablement compter sur la présidence monégasque pour suivre les travaux de mise en place de ce tribunal spécial. Je me félicite aussi de l'engagement des Pays-Bas pour accueillir à La Haye donc, cette institution. Nous allons travailler avec eux pour mener à bien, en tout cas pour faire avancer le plus rapidement possible la mise en œuvre et le fonctionnement du tribunal spécial. Je crois qu'il n'y a pas de paix sans justice, c'est une question de dignité aussi pour les populations qui souffrent. Donc vous pouvez compter sur l'engagement de la présidence monégasque sur le sujet.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to other members of the Standing Committee, and Georgios Stamatis was the first I could see. Who else wants to take the floor, please indicate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. My questions, and of course, I can understand the priorities of Monaco presidency, but allow me to mention something about the hidden population that we have in our member states. And my question is about the cost of energy, the cost of living, the demographic challenges, and what is your thoughts about the homeless and the Roma population? When we talk for the justice for the kids, we have in our countries early marriages in Roma populations, and most of these populations, they don't have any access, not only to the justice, but to the health systems. And for me, it's very crucial for your priorities about the sports. In this time, we talk to involve in sport as a social inclusion for the kids. It's very expensive because we have poor families. They don't have the facilities and the opportunity for their children to include not only through sports but also through the culture. For the question is, what do you think about this hidden population, about the social inclusion of them in the time that we have demographic challenges, we have a big cost of living, and of course the other things as access to water and very expensive energy? Thank you.
Thank you. I will group always three questions, and the next one is Marianne Binder from Switzerland.
Dear Minister, thank you very much for your words. My concern, the arising movements of people, mainly migrants, who violently demand other rights in our democracies and constitutional states. Parallel rights like, for example, the Sharia, people on our streets shouting, again, Jews in the gas. We know those demonstrations. And my question is, meanwhile, human and women's rights are fading away in other states like Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, other countries. What are we doing here in Europe against these people who are demanding parallel rights, destroying our constitutional state?
Thank you. And the third in this round is Marko Pavic from Croatia.
Thank you very much, the Minister. My question is about Mediterranean. Croatia is also a Mediterranean country. How we can collaborate better? Croatia is currently presiding over MED9, which is EU format, but we have Parliamentary Union for Mediterranean and other formats. And I would like also to thank you for the ocean sciences and climate change and how we can deal with climate change. I'm ocean scientist. I've been visiting your museum and institute much before I was in politics, and I would like to thank Grimaldi family and Monaco for this great opportunity to come and study here in your nice institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear Madam Minister, over to you and your answers, if you are ready.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Donc, la première question sur les personnes particulièrement vulnérables, les SDF, les enfants, la culture, l'accès au sport. Je crois que les droits de l'homme, ce sont les droits de l'homme pour tous. Donc, il faut renforcer nos démocraties et permettre une inclusion sociale. Je comprends que l'inclusion sociale vis-à-vis de l'ensemble de nos populations. Le sport est un formidable vecteur d'inclusion sociale. Le sport, on n'a pas toujours besoin d'infrastructures particulières pour pratiquer le sport. Je l'ai vu lorsque je me suis rendue notamment dans des pays de coopération en Afrique où dans le cadre d'un village, il suffisait d'un éducateur, d'un sportif qui fédère les enfants, qui les rassemble, et ces enfants se rassemblent autour de cette culture de sport, indépendamment du prix d'une infrastructure particulière. Donc, la principauté est vraiment convaincue que le sport peut être un vecteur de cohésion et d'inclusion sociale. S'agissant des reculs des droits de l'homme dans nos sociétés, vous avez parlé de la charia, Madame, je crois qu'effectivement, il faut que nous renforcions les démocraties, nos démocraties qui sont fragilisées, tout en préservant l'unité européenne. Le Conseil de l'Europe a véritablement un rôle central comme garant des valeurs communes. Nos valeurs communes, ce sont les droits humains, la démocratie et l'état de droit. Et la sécurité réelle, elle repose sur ce que le secrétaire général appelle la sécurité démocratique. Et je crois que c'est en se référant à nos valeurs, aux valeurs qui nous rassemblent et qui fondent cette Europe, que nous pourrons renforcer nos démocraties. L'autre question. Ah, la Méditerranée, oui. Merci pour votre mention du musée océanographique ici à Monaco. Je crois que vous vous en rendez compte, Monaco est un territoire qui, par sa géographie et par son identité, est naturellement ouvert sur la mer. La mer Méditerranée, c'est notre espace commun. Nous sommes partis ici à Monaco à plusieurs organisations régionales, l'Union pour la Méditerranée. Nous accueillons ici à Monaco le secrétariat de l'accord sur la conservation des cétacés de la mer Noire, de la Méditerranée et de la zone atlantique adjacente, ça s'appelle l'ACOBAM, son acronyme. Nous accueillons également le secrétariat du sanctuaire Pélagos, qui est une aire marine protégée pour la protection des mammifères marins. Et nous accueillons également une association qui s'appelle le MedFund, qui œuvre pour la création d'aires marines protégées en Méditerranée et notamment Monaco à la présidence actuellement de cette association. Donc la Méditerranée, c'est une question essentielle. La principauté est très engagée en matière de préservation de l'environnement et particulièrement en matière de préservation des océans. C'est une question vitale pour notre planète. Le prince Albert II ne cesse de s'exprimer au sein des enceintes internationales pour alerter sur la situation de la mer et des océans. Donc pour nous, j'allais dire, c'est à Monaco, au-delà d'une priorité nationale, c'est pour nous une priorité essentielle, une priorité internationale.
Indeed it is, also for landlocked countries as mine. Colleagues, I do not see any other request for the floor, which brings us to the end of this exchange. I want to thank the Minister very much for your answers and for the fruitful exchange with our colleagues. And we will also now take the opportunity that you and the speaker are here for a family photo that will take place in the terrace right outside. And it will be followed by a coffee break we will take a break for 15 minutes. That means that we gather here again 5 minutes past half. So at 11:35, please be on time and gather first for the family picture. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Madam Minister and Mr. Speaker, for your presence. Before we continue with the next item of the agenda, let me briefly remind you that the speaking time now for the debates is as follows. The rapporteurs are allowed to have a total of 10 minutes, usually 7 minutes before and 3 minutes after the debate. And the time for any questions of procedure is limited to 30 seconds. Any other interventions are limited to 3 minutes. During the votes, to facilitate the vote counting, I may please ask you to keep your hands on nameplates up until everything is counted. And if need be, I also can ask you to call a vote by standing up, but that's usually not necessary. So we now come to the examination of new credentials. We have received a number of new ones, which have received a new delegation from Finland, one new delegate, which is contained in document 16406. Are there any objectives in the change of the composition of this delegation? If so, please show me, but it doesn't seem to be like that, so we can accept the credentials of Finland. And we also have some modifications of compositions of committees, which is the next business of our agenda. There are changes in the membership in the committees communicated by the national delegations of Albania, Austria, Finland, and the United Kingdom. In addition, the group of the EPP has nominated a member to the monitoring committees. The changes are set out in documents Commissions 2026-06, Commissions 2026-06 add, and Commissions 2026-07. Can we accept all these changes? We obviously can. That makes me go further to the request for, let me see. The next item on the agenda is the request under debate under urgent procedure, Rule 35 of the Rules of Procedure. Before we adopt the draft agenda, we need to consider the request for a debate under urgent procedure. The Committee of Rules, Ethics and Immunities made a request for a debate under urgent procedure on restructuring and streamlining the Rules of Procedure. The Bureau, at its meeting held on 24th April yesterday, agreed to recommend the holding of this debate. Are there any objections against these Bureau recommendations? I don't see any, so then we will include that to the agenda, which makes me now to come to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any objectives on the new agenda, including the urgent debate? That's not the case. Then we come to the third part session of the Parliamentary Assembly. At its meeting at the Bureau drew up the draft agenda for the forthcoming Assembly part session, which will be held on 22nd to 26th June 2026. Rule 27.4 of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure stipulate that the draft agenda should be submitted where possible to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of this agenda. And I know that Elvira Kovac wants to make a statement. Please, Elvira.
Thank you, dear Petra, dear colleagues. Since we just adopted an agenda and during the next June part session, we will have a report about the elections in Hungary. I would just like to make a short statement since actually an error happened and a mistake, and I want to apologize because I applied to be a part of the mission for the observing elections in Hungary, but since despite the fact that I'm a member of the Serbian delegation and parallel with my Serbian nationality, I also have a Hungarian one, and there was a mistake, but as soon as we figured out, I actually did not observe elections in Bulgaria, but to apologize and to highlight that this rule should be clearer and of course implemented to other colleagues too. Thank you.
Thank you, and as far as I know, you also corrected your conflict of interest.
Yes, declaration of interest, I edited it, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elvira, for making this clear. So we now proceed to agenda point 9. We will continue our meeting with the consideration of the report on updating the Venice Commission's rule of law checklist, a contribution by the Assembly. The rapporteur of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights is Mrs. Arushkia Yulhankia from Armenia, ECPA, and she is there to present her report. It's also a true pleasure to welcome online Mrs. Marta Katabia, the President of the Venice Commission. Mrs. Yulhankian, you have 10 minutes in total, which you could divide for the presentation of your review report now and for the debate later. So with that, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, I am pleased to present my report and to propose that the Assembly endorse the updated rule of law checklist, the latest achievement of the Venice Commission. Since its creation 35 years ago, the Venice Commission has served as a guardian of the rule of law, offering guidance on constitutional reforms, electoral laws, and judicial independence to both new and established democracies. Let me also add that the Assembly is proud to be among the Venice Commission's closest and most active partners. This is not by chance. It reflects our shared conviction that the rule of law is fundamental to democracy. To fully appreciate the significance of this updated checklist, we should look back at how this instrument came into being. The journey began in 2007. When the Assembly invited the Venice Commission to reflect in depth on the concepts of the rule of law and the preeminence of law. This led to a comprehensive rule of law report adopted by the Venice Commission in 2011. A central objective of that report was to clear up the differences between the true rule of law and mere rule by law, demonstrating that the rule of law is a specific legal concept with concrete standards and safeguards, not just a vague political slogan. Building upon this and working closely with the Assembly, the Venice Commission adopted the original rule of law checklist in March 2016. The Assembly endorsed this tool, recognizing a broad consensus on its core elements: legality, legal certainty, the prohibition of arbitrariness, access to justice, respect for human rights, non-discrimination, and equality before the law. The checklist was designed to be regularly updated. Indeed, the concept of the rule of law is not a rigid or static formula. It must adapt to face new challenges without losing sight of its core principles. The Assembly is proud to have been an active partner in this process, not merely a passive user. Our Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights engaged early, holding a hearing in September 2024 with the Honorary President of the Venice Commission and the Chair of the Subcommission on the Rule of Law. In March 2025, my predecessor as rapporteur, Ms. Clotilda Bușca, presented an introductory memorandum that was submitted to the Venice Commission as the Assembly's preliminary contribution to the update. I am pleased to see that many of the key proposals submitted by the Assembly are fully reflected in the final text of the updated checklist. The update addresses contemporary challenges that did not exist with the same intensity a decade ago. A major achievement of this revision is the practical integration of the impact of new technologies and artificial intelligence across all benchmarks. We have insisted that digital transformation, including the deployment of algorithmic systems in public administration, law enforcement, and the justice sector, must remain transparent, governed by clear legal basis, non-discriminatory, explainable, and accountable. Under legal certainty, AI systems must satisfy strict standards of reliability, cybersecurity, and auditability. For the prevention of abuse of power, there must be clear explainability and a distinct allocation of responsibility between public and private sectors, so that citizens can effectively challenge algorithmic decisions. Furthermore, the update explicitly extends rule of law guarantees to private actors who perform public tasks or hold dominant positions that heavily impact citizens. Another critical dimension proposed by the Assembly and adopted by the Venice Commission concerns the restoration of the rule of law after a period of regression or backsliding. Recent experience has shown that democratic backsliding is often a methodical process where autocrats intentionally dismantle checks and balances, frequently targeting the independence of the judiciary, oversight institutions, and public broadcasters. In response, the updated checklist frames the restoration of the rule of law as a holistic endeavor that must itself strictly adhere to rule of law standards. It seeks to balance the pressing need to re-establish independent adjudication with respect for core principles, including legal certainty, res judicata, and the irremovability of judges. It warns that radical steps require careful scrutiny to avoid undermining the very objectives they pursue. To build long-term societal resilience against backsliding, the checklist underlines the vital importance of legal and civic education, academic freedom, and professional training for public officials. These updates were directly inspired by real-life episodes of rule of law backsliding and regression observed within several member states since 2016. We have witnessed increasing attacks on judicial independence, non-compliance with the rulings of constitutional and international courts, and the gradual weakening of oversight mechanisms and civic space. A deeply worrying trend is the rhetoric where representatives of governments use the concept of the will of the people as an unacceptable excuse to refuse compliance with binding court decisions. This domestic disregard for legal obligations frequently mirrors a contempt for the international rule of law. It is precisely these systematic weaknesses that justify the Venice Commission's decision to raise checks and balances and constitutional review to the rank of self-standing, independent benchmarks within the updated framework. The checks and balances benchmark now explicitly demands the constitutional separation of powers, loyal cooperation, protection of parliamentary minorities, and robust legal protections for civil society, independent media, whistleblowers, and independent institutions, such as ombudspersons. Similarly, the self-standing constitutional review benchmark affirms the absolute binding force of constitutional court decisions, emphasizing their role in a democratic society governed by the rule of law. The draft resolution before you expresses the Assembly's appreciation for a continuous, high-quality contributions of the Venice Commission and for the excellent cooperation we have shared for over 3 decades. The updated rule of law checklist arrives at a time when the rules-based international order faces unprecedented geopolitical challenges. Yet we also see powerful momentum as citizens across Europe are demonstrating their deep attachment to democratic foundations. The draft resolution proposes that the Assembly formally endorse this updated checklist as a crucial, uniform, and practicable benchmark. We undertake to apply it systematically in our country-specific monitoring procedures, election observation follow-ups, and thematic reports. Furthermore, we call upon member and observer states to integrate it into their domestic legislative processes, to carry out periodic self-assessments, and to facilitate its translation so that these principles become more accessible. By promoting these universal standards, we can ensure that technology, private power, and institutional reforms remain fully subject to the law, thereby reinforcing democratic security and rebuilding our citizens' trust in democratic institutions. This is a political commitment that defines the kind of Europe and democracies we want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the work you invested in this report, also for taking over. And now it's my pleasure to turn to our online guest, the President of the Venice Commission, dear President, dear Marta. I hope you can hear and see us. Yeah, here you are. Wonderful. Marta is a professor of constitutional law by profession. You also served as Minister of Justice of Italy before being the first woman to hold the office of the President of the Italian Constitutional Court, having been also a judge to the Constitutional Court for 9 years. I had the privilege to be present at your election as President of the Venice Commission last December. As the Parliamentary Assembly, as the rapporteur already mentioned, we truly appreciate the close cooperation with the Venice Commission and its continuous high-quality contribution to the Assembly's work through its options and reports. For 36 years now, the Venice Commission has been an indispensable guardian of the rule of law in Europe and far beyond, up to Japan and other countries. And it has provided guidance on constitutional reforms, electoral law, and juridical independence to both new and established democracies, helping to define the principles essential to a democratic system governed by the rule of law. It's my great pleasure to give you the floor in the framework of the debate on the update of the Venice Commission Rule of Law checklist. Marta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear Madam President, dear Petra, dear Mr. Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General, the Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly. I regret very much not being with you today, but it is a great occasion for me to share some thought about the updated Venice Commission Rule of Law checklist. In her speech, Ms. Julhakian already spoke of the excellent cooperation we have shared over the 3 decades now. I see our debate here today as yet another milestone in this strong cooperation. The synergies that the 2 our bodies have built are significant and promise a bright future ahead. Before delving a little bit more into the details of the updated Rule of Law checklist, please allow me to say a few words about this cooperation. The Assembly is the Council of Europe's most active body in requesting legal opinions from the Venice Commission. For 3 opinions requested by the states, 1 opinion is requested by the Assembly. In 2025 alone, the Venice Commission adopted 10 opinions and 1 report at the request of the Assembly involving countries such as France, Georgia, Hungary, Romania, Slovak Republic, and they all raise key questions for democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. Requests come from the Assembly's President, committee chairs, including your committee, of course, or through the Assembly's regular monitoring procedures, showcasing the breadth of our cooperation. This year, we have endorsed an urgent opinion on Poland at the request of the Monitoring Committee of the Assembly, as well as reports on freedom of expression during electoral campaigns, and on the case law of constitutional and Supreme Courts and international tribunals on violent pornography. In June, we will examine again, at the request of the President of the Assembly, a new report on the legal framework for prosecuting members of governments. I cannot overstate the importance of this request, and let me highlight a few points. First, the Assembly's requests introduce countries, especially those that are less inclined to address the Venice Commission, to our methods, often prompting their authorities to eventually seek our advice directly. Second, the Assembly's requests enable the Commission to provide opinions on laws, even when local authorities have not asked our advice, providing crucial independent input for debates at the national level. Third, the Assembly's requests always intercept new and upcoming challenges relevant in multiple member states. For example, a recent report clarified under what conditions constitutional courts may annul election results, a subject increasingly relevant given worries about foreign interference, especially during the electoral campaigns. Another relevant case, another example, opinions on Poland's restoration on the rule of law have similarly offered guidance with wider application across Europe. Fourth, the Assembly requests help identify problematic legislation at an early stage, warning other nations against similar pitfalls. Our work on foreign agents legislation is one such example. But what happens when advice is sought and recommendations are made? How can we ensure that this work has an impact at the level of our member states? Indeed, the Venice Commission's opinions are not legally binding. The Commission's impact cannot and should not be measured in terms of immediate results only. Its influence extends beyond legislative changes and is evident in the evolution of national debates, media, academia, and case law. Not only power, but authority, not potestas, sed auctoritas, a great persuasive force based on expertise, independence, dialogue, among other things. Our recommendations are not binding, and ultimately it's national authorities' responsibility to implement them. But over the years, we have learned that strong, independent, and persuasive opinions can help reshaping the political ecosystem. To maximize impact, the Venice Commission has increased its follow-up activities, often at the Assembly's request. One of the hearings we, for example, participated in the one organized by your committee on the regulation of spyware with respect on human rights, then the Assembly's follow-up on our recommendation demonstrates our partnership's strategic importance. Moreover, our strength is amplified when the Assembly, like other institutions, refer to our work. Today, 15 documents of the Assembly refer to 24 specific Venice Commission opinions and to general reports. Ladies and gentlemen, today our shared values are being challenged and questioned in ways that we could never have expected. In order to remain an anchor of democracy through law, amid rapid changes and unfavorable geopolitical circumstances, we must strengthen our cooperation and we must continue to revisit, adapt, and update our guiding tests, such as the rule of law checklist. This will enable us to address emerging complex topics and offer reliable advice based on sound principles. For this reason, an updated version of the rule of law checklist was adopted last December and was endorsed by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe in Chisinau last week. I was very happy to know that the proposal of the Assembly is to formally endorse the updated rule of law checklist. The Assembly's contribution has been particularly important to this process, and I would like to thank your committee and Ms. Julhakian for your work on this. As is already highlighted, many of your insights have been incorporated in the updated rule of law checklist. It is quite fitting that Resolution 1594 of the Assembly on the principle of the rule of law adopted back in 2007 formed the background of the Venice Commission first report on the rule of law 2011, on the basis of which the report on the rule of law checklist was first adopted, the first edition of the checklist in 2016, and over the years it has guided the Commission's work, being cited in judgment of the European Court of Human Rights and influenced on reports and resolution of your Assembly as well as the EU rule of law monitoring. As Ms. Julakian also indicated, clearly the rule of law is much more than a slogan. It has a precise and practical implication. From the start, the checklist was envisioned as a living instrument to be updated as standards and challenges evolve. This accelerated following the Reykjavik summit in May 2023. After extensive consultations, seminars, and plenary debates, we adopted the updated rule of law checklist December 2025. Ms. Julakian already highlighted several key changes of the updated rule of law checklist, in particular those related to contemporary challenges, such as the impact of new technologies and the growing influence of private actors, which since 2016 have transformed the rule of law landscape. And of course, the special section on restoration of the rule of law, which highlights the careful approach needed to rebuild public trust without undermining the legal order. I cannot but concur with her words in this respect. I would like just to say a few more words about the two additional benchmarks that have been included in the new checklist: checks and balances and constitutional review. As Ms. Julakian rightly said, they are inspired by the rule of law backsliding we have seen in several members after 2016. I would like to emphasize that they are not new as such. They were already mentioned in the previous version of the checklist, but they are now raised to the level of independent benchmarks, as they have proven to be of crucial importance in defending the rule of law. The benchmark checks and balances not only addresses institutional separation of powers, but also underscores the need for strong institution independent majority rule, such as Constitutional Court and Ombudsman, and for a vibrant civic space. Constitutional review is also presented as a standalone benchmark, since in most countries it is an essential guardrail to counter majorities' abuse. The updated checklist does not suggest a specific model of constitutional review, indeed, but it clearly supports constitutional supremacy as a foundation of democracy and protection of rights. As a final point, let me draw your attention on the fact that the updated rule of law checklist underlines the vital role of civic education on the rule of law. This is something close to my heart, in a world that seems to be increasingly ruled by force. Defending the force of rules is something that concerns us all. The updated checklist underlines that if the rule of law is to thrive and resist backsliding, formal norms must be complemented by a supportive legal and political culture. To help the principle of the rule of law checklist be brought to life beyond the legal circles, the Venice Commission has launched the Rule of Law, a User Guide campaign, which translates complex ideas into accessible visuals and text. We will now update this campaign to align with the updated checklist and make this available in all languages of the Council of Europe and beyond. I very much hope that this is also to use of each of you in your constituencies. Madam President, distinguished members of the assemblies, our close cooperation draws strength from our complementary roles. Your political mandate and our technical expertise combined in service to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you all for what you have done together and so far for our partnership. And I look forward to continuing and strengthening our partnership, be in the context of the rule of law or other matters of shared concern. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank
you very much, Marta, for your contribution. And indeed, we value the checklist as a very hands-on tool also for our constituencies and for our national work to really check whether the rule of law is in order and what in concrete we can do. And let me also mention that one of the opinions of the Venice Commission we asked for recently was the one on violent pornography, and it will be included in a report both in the resolution but also in the explanatory memorandum of Lara Castel, which we have on the agenda in our June part session. So with that, I want to ask you, dear colleagues, whether there is anybody who would like to take the floor on this report, on the checklist on rule of law. Obviously, everything is very clear and very... no, Antonio, please.
Thank you, Madam President.
In the back. It's just yours that doesn't work. It's always the same. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. I have had the honor of attending the Venice Commission plenary session for the last 2 years, and I just want to thank Marta and Simona and the rest of the teams for the great work they do. I had the opportunity to learn about the close ties between the Venice Commission and our Assembly. Your reports, resolutions, and recommendations are very professional, but overall I learned that the main goal of the Venice Commission is to help to advance standards of democracy, rule of law, and human rights. Even as sometimes, the government don't like so much, but that's the way it is, and I think you do very well in this case. And finally, as I know, Marta, that your Spanish is so good right now, muchas felicidades y muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias también. Are there any others who would like to take the floor? Please.
Yes, thank you very much. Merci, Madame la rapporteure, pour votre rapport bien fouillé. Il est effectivement important et correct que les critères de Venise doivent être évolutifs, c'est sûr. Malheureusement, nous n'aurions pas pensé qu'elles doivent prendre en compte des situations régressives. Nous n'aurions certainement pas y pensé il y a quelques années encore de cela. Et cela, de toute façon, encore dans des régimes démocratiques a priori assez bien établis. C'est bien aussi et correct de prendre en compte les circonstances et traditions nationales, et il est clair que chacun des pouvoirs a besoin d'un contrepoids et d'un contrôle évidemment démocratiquement et constitutionnellement ancré. Mais c'est dommage que, compte tenu des circonstances et des actualités que nous vivons présentement, nous devons prendre en compte de nouvelles réalités et nous devons rester vigilants. Heureusement, le Conseil de l'Europe en fournit les instruments et il est très bien d'adapter les critères constamment et de prendre en compte les nouvelles évolutions, qu'elles soient d'ailleurs techniques, qu'elles soient méthodologiques ou qu'elles soient politiques. Merci encore pour ce rapport et merci à la rapporteure.
Thank you very much, Madame Moder. Are there any others who would like to take the floor? Then before I hand over to the rapporteur, I want to ask Marta, would you like to reply to anything what was said now, or is it everything fine?
No, everything is fine. Just wanted to say another time and my thanks to your work, to our cooperation, and also to the kind words that have been mentioned. Indeed, it's much better to prevent the rule of law backsliding than address the recovery of the rule of law. So I very much encourage all of you and all of us to do all what is in our possibility to resist before backsliding, because it is not an easy task. And we are looking at that in Poland and possibly in Hungary, how to restore what has been damaged. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers list, and I call on the rapporteur, Mrs. Julha-Khan, to reply. You have maximum 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. Thank you for this discussion, and I also want to thank the President of Venice Commission for her intervention and for presenting the details of our cooperation. Summing up the discussion, I once again want to express my hope that you will vote for the resolution and recommendation, and that you will integrate the rule of law checklist in your domestic legislative framework and processes. The rule of law is the foundation of our organization and of democracy in general, and each of us has a share of responsibility in preserving the foundations of our organization and thereby strengthening the democracy. Thank you again for your attention and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. So we come to the vote now. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights presented a draft resolution to which no amendments had been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16402. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. So may I ask all those who are in favor of this resolution to show me your hands or nameplates? And keep it up for a while, because it needs to be counted. Thank you very much. And now those who are against it. I don't see anybody. Is anybody who wants to abstain? That's also not the case, so the resolution is unanimously adopted. My congratulations to the rapporteur and to the committee. And thank you very much, Marta, for being with us. Greetings to Italy, and hope to see you soon. All the best for you. And now I will interrupt the meeting for the lunch break. I invite you to enjoy the lunch, which will be served at restaurant Moose by the beach. We have now 1.5 hours for lunch break. We are half an hour early. That means that we already meet at 2 o'clock again instead of 2:30. So please enjoy your lunch and see you back in at 2 o'clock here in the room. The meeting is adjourned. We decided to hold a debate on the urgent procedure on restructuring and streamlining the rules of procedure. There is an echo. I first will give the floor to the rapporteur of the Committee on Rules, Ethnic and Immunities, Mr. Konstantinos Efstathiou, to present his report. But before I do so, let me mention a few words about Kostis, as we call him. At today's standing committee, Kostis is making one of his last occasions, is one of his last occasions to be with us. Konstantinos has been such a figure in the work of the Assembly that it is only proper for me to say a few words of you. Konstantinos has been a member of the Parliamentary Assembly for a decade, since 2016. Moreover, he has been an exceptionally active and committed member in the work of the Assembly. Konstantinos has fulfilled a great many roles within the Assembly, with particularly energy and commitment to the field of human rights, cultural cooperation, the rule of law, and the work of the European Court of Human Rights. 3 chairmanships of committees and subcommittees. To mention, she was chairperson of the Committee on Rules, Ethnic and Immunities from 2025 to 2026, chairperson of the subcommittee on the implementation of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights in 2025, and chairperson of the subcommittee on culture, diversity and heritage from 2021 to 23. He had 5 vice chairmanships of committees and subcommittees, and above all, many very significant reports of the Assembly. I won't name them all. For example, these include implementation of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, allegations of systemic torture and inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment in places of detention in Europe, transnational repression, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on education and culture, the role of education in the digital era, as well as, of course, 2 reports on our agenda today, restructuring and streamlining of the rules of procedure of the Assembly and journalism in the context of the Israeli-Gaza conflict. In all his work, Kostis has not only been a champion for the values of the Council of Europe, of democracy, rule of law and human rights, he has also been an exemplar of parliamentary dialogue, which is at the heart of his work here in the Parliamentary Assembly. Many people here consider Kostis as a friend, and Kostis, you really will be missed here. Thank you very much for all your work you have done and for your commitment that you have shown with us. And indeed, we will miss you. But nevertheless, the floor is yours now.
Well, thank you for the very best words I ever heard about me, and you are very kind of exaggerating what I have done, but it was an honor and it was a privilege for me to deal with Parliamentary Assembly and having all these fantastic colleagues next to me. Thank you very much. And
you have 7 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. And I go to the main topic we have. It is now 25 years since 1999 that the Assembly last undertook a general revision of its rules of procedure to ensure the structure and drafting style is coherent and easy to use. This project is thus long overdue and has been called for a number of recent resolutions of the Assembly, including the reports prepared by Mrs. Schuh and Frank Schwabe. When the Bureau and the Rules of Committee defined the scope of this project, it was agreed that material changes to the procedural rules were outside the scope of this work. Instead, the mandate for this report is to revisit the structure and drafting of the rules to ensure that they are clear and coherent. To undertake this work, multiple consultations have been taken to seek ideas for improving the clarity, accessibility, and readability of Assembly's rules. The revised rules are structured in 4 parts. First part is the basic principles of the Assembly, which group together the essential principles and competencies of the Assembly, which are currently found across multiple other documents, such as the Statute of the General Agreement on Privileges and Immunities. The second part is rules and functioning of the Assembly, which cover the main rules of procedure relevant to Assembly business, but would omit technical modalities and details which would be for the complementary texts. The third part deals with the rules on the functioning of committees, which would cover the rules of procedure relevant to committees, so they are contained together in one coherent set of rules. And finally, the fourth one deals with the code of conduct, which would be a revised version of the Code of Conduct, fully integrated as a part of the rules, as required following the Schwaber report. The drafting style has also been more user-friendly, notably by headers and sub-headers, which are included to make the rules easier to use. Secondly, some terms are defined to make the text easier to read. The language has been updated in line with the Council of Europe official style guide, and where possible, footnotes and cross-references have been removed to make the text easier to read, and relevant information incorporated to the text or through a hyperlink. The revised rules contained in appendix to the draft resolution follow the structure and drafting style, and are the result of further changes on consultations set out above. They do not substantively change the procedural rules. I thank all those who have been involved in consultations and discussions on drafting approaches as part of this work. As for previous similar revisions of the rules, such as that in 1999, substantive procedural changes are out of scope, and the entire revised package contained in the appendix to the resolution needs to be adopted as a whole. In order to assist members to understand where provisions of rules have moved to the Rules Committee has agreed and declassified an information note that sets out the committee's approach on this project and contains 2 appendices containing transposition tables. The first shows the source for all the revised rules. The second appendix shows where the former rules can be found within the revised rules. In this way, it is possible to track the location of the rules in the revised rule book, and this has been declassified to promote transparency. Part of this project has involved shortening the rules to remove matters relating more to modalities or administrative matters, and these matters will be contained in complementary text. The work will therefore need to continue for a second phase as part of this project by restructuring and stemming the complementary text to make them more accessible, transparent, and coherent. This will ensure a coherent and consistent approach for all the Assembly's rules. Finally, before I finish, I would like to stress out that the extremely good work and elaborated work of Mrs. Hadjivasiliou, Mrs. Hourigan, and all the fantastic team behind them, which made this task easy to understand and to work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kostis. I just want 2 remarks. First of all, everybody who once worked on the rules of procedure knows about the fight against the footnotes. I remember very well when we introduced the gender quota we have now. I had sleepless nights how to get rid of the footnotes that were necessary. And second, Despina estimates that our rules of procedure will shrink about 1 centimeter, so it will be much more accessible and much more easier to read and to understand. So with that, I now open the debate, and first I will give the floor to the representatives of the political groups. You have 3 minutes each, and Morgens Jensen is the first one on behalf of the SOC group.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and also from me and us, thanks, Kostis, for the very hard work you, together with the team behind this report, has put into restructuring and streamlining our rules of procedure. And I think, and that's not only this organization, but all organizations, when you begin talking about rules and procedures, it sounds very, and it is very technical, and maybe also for some very boring work. But we have to remember that this is the core rules or the core mechanisms on how we work, and if we didn't have these rules of procedures, I think our work would be very hard. It is a total fundament for our ability to work effectively. And as it has been said, these rules are 27 years old, and a lot have been added, and I'm very relieved that we will now have 1 centimeter less in thickness to carry around if we don't have it electronically. So it's been needed, this work. And I also think when you go through the text, really, it has become much more simple and also much more user-friendly. And of course, it has been a great advantage with a rapporteur who have a long-standing history in this organization. I know you since you entered the Parliament, Kostis, also in the Culture Committee, where you've been doing a very great job, but we'll come to that later. So thank you very much also for this very fine and needed report. We are looking forward to use it now as a new tool in our basic toolbox. So we, of course, support it with great pleasure.
Thank you very much. And Sergei Vlasenko on behalf of EPP.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Despite the fact that Kostis belongs to the Socialist group, I would like to congratulate him on the name of EPP. And yes, we will miss you really, Kostis. You are a good friend, you are a brilliant politician, and we will really miss you here in the Assembly. I also would like to thank to Eli Harrigan and other members of the Secretariat of the Rules Committee, and a special thanks to Despina Hatzivasiliou, who was the leader of that and the ideologist of the changes of the rules. And by the way, Madam President, yesterday during the Rules Committee, I never saw so many members. And in the scope of your report, how to improve the participation of the members in the committee meetings, it seems I know the answer. we should organize just the May committees in Monaco, or in Spain, or somewhere on Greece islands, and the Christmas, I mean the December committees in Vienna or in Norway, and you will see how participation will grow. Yes. It was already mentioned that we didn't touch, and we didn't amend the rules. We just made it more structural and more helpful for the members to use. I see the only negative in that. We should forget the old numbers of the paragraphs, and we should learn a new numbers of the paragraphs, just talking about the rules in the Assembly. But I would also like to say that as an EPP group, we are supporting that and we will vote in favor. Thank you very much, Kostis. Hope to see you in Cyprus sometime. And thank you.
Thank you, and indeed we should consider a new idea behind how to rotate among the countries. Good point. So next is Elisabetta Gardini on behalf of ECPA. Not Martin Kaff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak in German. Ja, ich möchte mich auch an dieser Stelle beim Berichterstatter bedanken für die Tätigkeit, aber nicht nur bei ihm, sondern allen, die daran mitgewirkt haben. Es ist ein längerer Prozess, der jetzt zu einem Ergebnis geführt hat. Eine Geschäftsordnung ist immer dann gut, wenn sie von der überwiegenden Mehrheit oder gar einstimmig mitgetragen wird. Und letztlich hängt sie auch davon ab, wie sie am Ende gehandhabt wird bei allen möglichen Spannungsfeldern, die immer wieder in Erscheinung treten können, wird es dann auf die Interpretation derjenigen ankommen, die diese Geschäftsordnung dann auch handhaben. Wir glauben, dass das ein richtiger Schritt in die richtige Richtung ist. Ich bedanke mich auch bei allen, die mitgewirkt haben, und wir werden diesen Entwurf oder diesen Report auch mittragen. Danke.
Herzlichen Dank für diese Ankündigung dieses Mittragens. And next on the speakers list is Mrs. Bernadetta Comma on behalf of ALDE.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, je souhaite tout d'abord remercier le rapporteur, M. Konstantinos Efstathiou, pour la qualité de son rapport présenté aujourd'hui sur la restructuration et la simplification du règlement de notre Assemblée. Le groupe ALDE soutient pleinement ce rapport car il répond à un besoin réel et concret de modernisation de notre fonctionnement parlementaire. Le règlement de l'Assemblée est un texte fondamental. Il organise nos travaux, encadre nos procédures et garantit le respect des principes démocratiques de cette institution. Mais pour être pleinement efficace, il doit être clair, cohérent et facile à utiliser. Or, depuis la dernière révision de 1999, de nombreux amendements et textes complémentaires ont été ajoutés. Au fil du temps, notre cadre procédural est devenu plus complexe, plus lourd et parfois difficile à consulter. La démarche proposée aujourd'hui est donc à la fois utile, pragmatique et nécessaire. L'objectif principal de ce rapport n'est pas de modifier en profondeur nos règles, mais de les restructurer et de les simplifier afin de rendre le règlement plus lisible, plus cohérent et mieux adapté au fonctionnement actuel de notre Assemblée. Je voudrais également saluer la nouvelle organisation proposée autour de 4 grandes parties. La première, les principes fondamentaux de l'Assemblée. 2, les règles de fonctionnement. 3, les règles applicables aux commissions. Et enfin, le code de conduite des membres. Cette nouvelle structure apportera davantage de clarté et facilitera le travail de parlementaires, des secrétariats et des nouveaux membres de notre Assemblée. Cette simplification constitue aussi un véritable enjeu démocratique. Des règles plus claires renforcent la transparence de notre fonctionnement, garantissent une meilleure égalité entre les membres et améliorent la cohérence ainsi que la sécurité juridique de nos procédures. À une époque où les institutions parlementaires sont parfois remises en question, nous avons la responsabilité de rendre notre fonctionnement plus transparent et plus compréhensible. Moderniser notre règlement ne signifie pas affaiblir nos règles, au contraire, cela permettra de renforcer l'efficacité de nos procédures, la crédibilité de notre Assemblée et la confiance de nos institutions démocratiques. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Thank you very much. I was informed that on behalf of UL, nobody would like to speak. And before I give the floor to every member of the Standing Committee, I also want to mention that Mrs. Tanja Kleinsorger also worked a lot on the rules last year, or the last years before she moved to the Migration Committee as head of the Secretariat there. So is there a request for the floor of somebody else? This is obviously not the case. So the list of speakers is closed. Kostis, would you like to make some conclusions?
Thank you for the nice words again of my colleagues. And yes, I think that these rules may give the possibility of the Parliamentary Assembly to proceed with complementary text on technical issues, something which will be done in the future, having the experience as a guide. And I think today we go a step forward towards more transparency and more easy, accessible for the rules for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that also Mr. Bricco, the chair of the Rules Committee, wants to take the floor. Please, Christoph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to extend my thank you to the rapporteur, which happened to be a former chair of the Rules Committee, and a very fair one, I would add. And dear Kostis, I will miss your friendly, cheerful, and nice personality personally. So thank you for your work. And of course, thank you for the work of the team that did this colossal work full of tiny details. Because no one, I think, apprehends the fact that when you do this work, you have to make sure that everything connects with everything. And it's huge. So thank you all for your work. This report has been adopted unanimously within the committee, but I'm happy to hear that it's also unanimous within the standing committee. So everybody agrees. And to use a more a word for the youngs, I would say it creates rules which are more user-friendly. more dedicated towards the users and less towards the one who sought them. So thank you again for the work. Thank you for all the members of the committee for supporting this, this report. And thank you again, Kostis, for all your work.
And as we are all users, we are all happy with that. So, the debate is closed. We come to the vote on the draft resolution in document 16409. A simple majority is required. The Committee on Rules, Ethics and Immunities presented a draft resolution to which no amendment have been tabled. We will now proceed to the vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16409. I already mentioned that the simple majority is required. Those in favor, please show your hands or your name tags. And keep them up. Thank you very much. Who is against? Who abstains? Then the resolution is unanimously adopted. I congratulate both the rapporteur and the committee. And we have good rules now. So thank you very much for this. Now we come to the consideration of the report on journalism in the context of the Israel-Gaza conflict. The rapporteur on the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media, Mr. Kostis Efstatiniou from Cyprus, will present his report, and then we will give the floor to the rapporteur for opinion on the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy, Mrs. Lise Selnes from Norway. Kostis, you have 7 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. As you already know, at least 220 journalists have been killed by the Israeli army in Gaza since the launch of their military campaign. This would include at least 3 journalists killed in January 2026 after the October 2025 ceasefire. At least 68 of these journalists would have been targeted or killed in the course of carrying out their work, according to RSF information. Also, since 7 October 2023, Israeli strikes have destroyed most telecommunications and media infrastructure, and the humanitarian and economic situation has greatly deteriorated, which impacts directly on the work of local journalists. Let me give only the latest examples of local journalists targeted and killed by the Israeli army. Mohammed Washach, an Al Jazeera journalist, and Amal El-Shamali, a freelance journalist, were both killed in drone attacks on 8th of April 2026 and 9th of March 2026, respectively. Before that, on 21st of January 2026, 3 journalists identified as Anas Gneim, Mohammed Salah Kashta, and Abdul Rauf Sharf were killed in an airstrike on their vehicle whilst they were filming an Al Jazeera, a camp set by the Egyptians for displaced people. According to the Israeli army, it had struck 3 suspects operating a drone in the area. Remember, these are cases of journalists killed after the ceasefire. The IDF denies accusations of deliberately targeting and killing journalists. It states that it directs its strikes only towards military targets and military operatives and does not target civilian objects and civilians, including media organizations and journalists as such. In that regard, IDF has released documents which purport to reveal the involvement of Al Jazeera, I cited, journalists or terrorist operatives, and indicate close cooperation between Hamas and the network. Al Jazeera refutes these claims. International press associations do not consider them to be substantiated. We should also not forget the press freedom violations by Hamas have been rampant and vastly underreported, mostly for fear of reprisal, as Hamas is known for violently targeting and killing its critics. This is, in a nutshell, the dramatic situation of local journalists in the Gaza Strip, together with the people of Gaza Strip. And I say local journalists because these are the only ones available, and this is because Israel does not allow international journalists to enter Gaza for reporting purposes. There is therefore a vicious circle. Being locals, the journalists are easily considered terrorists, and no one is allowed to enter Gaza. This prohibition has not changed even after the ceasefire was agreed between Israel and Hamas as part of Donald Trump's peace plan. Indeed, on 28th of January 2026, the Israeli Supreme Court postponed yet again a ruling on a petition of the Foreign Press Association, FPA, for free independent press access to Gaza. The final deadline initially set for the 21st of March has been postponed again to the 24th of May. We hope that no further postponement will be given. In that regard, the FPA, together with the Committee of Protect Journalists, the Union of Journalists in Israel, and Reporters Without Borders, have filed on the 13th of April an emergency motion on the Israeli Supreme Court asking the justices to expedite a decision on allowing the international media to enter Gaza. According to these organizations, the reasons given for these delays are no longer relevant. There are no more hostages in Gaza, unfortunately. Most of them were assassinated. There is a long-standing, although fragile and unstable, ceasefire in place. There are no substantiated or specific threats against journalists, and journalists pose no threat to Israeli troops. And the most recent excuse, the war in Iran, was never relevant. In order to help solve these problems, I have made a number of proposals in my report. Israel must immediately refrain from targeting journalists and their families in addition to civilians. It must carry out full independent investigations into all killings of journalists in Gaza, make public the conclusions, and take any steps necessary to punish those responsible and provide the redress. It must allow access to the Gaza Strip to local and foreign journalists, as well as international organizations responsible for providing information on carrying out investigations and facilitate their work in safe conditions. In this regard, the International Criminal Court must investigate the alleged war crimes committed by the Israeli army against journalists in Gaza and the crimes committed by Hamas against Israeli journalists on the attacks on the 7th of October 2023. For their part, member states must support the request by international press associations for the immediate granting of free and safe access of international media to Gaza, so that the situation on the ground can be observed and reported. Maintain pressure on Israel to ensure a thorough and partial investigation into all violations against journalists during the Israel-Gaza conflict. Plead for and facilitate the evacuation of Palestinian journalists of their families from Gaza where it is needed for their immediate protection, and provide them with psychological and material support. I hope that this text will meet your approval, and I thank you for your attention and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kostis. Mrs. Sellers, you have 3 minutes to present the opinion.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, last week Nakba Day was commemorated, marking events surrounding the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The discourse that surrounded this in print media and online once again demonstrated how deeply contested historical narratives remain in the Middle East. Competing interpretations of both past and present events continue to shape political identities, public opinion, and prospect for dialogue across the region. Against this backdrop, the current conflict in Gaza underlines the crucial importance of independent journalism and access to reliable information. The ability of journalists to report freely and independently shapes how events will later be understood, interpreted, and remembered. In the Assembly, we have frequently noted that the struggle for credible information has become more important than ever. Access to reliable information, transparency, and accountability are essential conditions for meaningful dialogue, for rebuilding trust between communities, and ultimately for the prospects of a just and lasting peace. I therefore want to thank the rapporteur, Kostis, for his report and for the focus he has rightly given to the targeting and killing of journalists in Gaza and to the restriction on media access. The opinion presented by the Committee on Political Affairs and Democracy seeks to bring the perspective of this committee's work on the Middle East, including in our subcommittee on the Middle East and the Arab world. The committee proposes three political principal contributions. First, re-emphasizing that freedom of expression and independent journalism are essential democratic principles. Second, underlining that restrictions on media access risk creating an information vacuum in which disinformation and polarization flourish. Third, connecting the resolution with the Assembly's broader work on media freedom, democratic safeguards, and sustainable peace in the Middle East. To this end, the committee recalls the Assembly's long-standing commitment to the protection and safety of journalists and draws attention to its commemoration, Victory for Victoria. Finally, the committee reaffirms the Assembly's support for a peaceful, just and sustainable future for Israelis and Palestinians based on the two-state solution in full respect of international law. Colleagues, impunity for attacks against journalists undermines prospects for a future peace, for reconciliation, for stability. Transparency and accountability are indispensable for both justice and for strengthening the conditions for peace. Upholding these principles remains essential if trust and dialogue are to prevail over division and conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody wish the floor? We don't have speakers on behalf of the group in this setting now. Saskia.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the reporter and thank for the time to say something. This was a motion I moved last year after an event we organized with both Palestinian and Israeli journalists. And it's very important that we consider that the push against journalists is not only within Gaza, it's in the broader region, but it's especially also going on Israeli journalists within the State of Israel. The freedom of speech is grounded and funded by the freedom of press, and it's not only important in the democratic strength of our nations, but it is also of greatest importance of finding out war crimes, genocide, or possible ethnic cleansing. And the attack on journalists cannot be seen apart from this, especially in times of conflict. Kostis already mentioned the enormous numbers of journalists have died, the dozens of attacks directly to journalists, and also the double attacks where journalists come to a certain action and then are attacked. This gave rise to a whole new line of journalism, the social media journalism, who brought direct images of the suffering of Palestinian people and the fight of Israeli people against the ongoing violence within Gaza very clearly to households in the whole of Europe. We had Bisan Uda, she spoke at our side event last year. She's one of the social media journalists who illustrates the life under the conflict in Gaza. The intimidation on journalists within Israel constitute not only financial threatening legislation, but also the threat of jail sentences when facts that are published in articles are used by the ICC and the ICG. So this has clearly a very chilling effect on the journalists within Israel, and they also expressed that at the event. They are also substitute to violent speech from and intimidating speech from politicians from the Knesset. So I'm very happy with the clear stand that the report takes for the journalists, because the people who work, both the new social media journalists and the old-fashioned local journalists and the international journalists who try to get a clear image of what's going on, it's very, very difficult to work. And I want to ask the organization, we are doing it here at the Standing Committee, but maybe we can use our communication instruments to let known what we have decided today, or will decide hopefully today here. So we will support all those people who do this very difficult job in very difficult circumstances. Because I think, as Kostis clearly said, accountability is of the utmost importance to protect everybody who's working there, and we should fully support press freedom in the Middle East.
Thank you. Usually there is a report also on the decisions we have taken as a standing committee, as at the plenary as well. The next on my list, also with 3 minutes, is Mr. Antonio Gutierrez Limones.
Thank you, Madam President. I really appreciate the job of both reporters. Last Tuesday, I attended the North-South Center Award ceremony on behalf of our President, Petra Bayer, and with the President of the Republic of Portugal. One of the awards went to a Palestinian journalist who has remained in the ruins of Gaza with his wife and 2 children to report to the world on their suffering and ensure they are not forgotten. Rami Abu Jamur, who despite immense risk and aimed the destroyed media facility as well as severe humanitarian crisis, he decided to stay there. His testimonies were terrible. We always thought that these crimes only happen under dictatorship or autocratic government, but we never imagined that this could happen in a democracy like Israel. More than 200 journalists, but more than 20,000 children were killed. So we must continue to condemn this situation, which is a genocide of the Palestinian people and the journalists, because I think our credibility and integrity of our institution are in really severe risk. So I'm going to support this draft resolution, and one more, thanks to the reporter.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to take the floor? Yeah, please, Baroness.
Thank you, Madam President. I recall that your predecessor in the presidency addressed the Assembly in his last Assembly as President and reminded us that he was himself in earlier life a journalist. Which is just one way of demonstrating how journalists are just as important to human rights and the rule of law as lawyers, judges, and politicians. With this second report of the day, Kostis, of course, demonstrates yet again how indispensable he has been to the Assembly and what a gap he is going to leave. But given that this report follows the one on the death penalty that also raised concern about the mature democracy that is Israel and its approach to the death penalty, I agree with Saskia Kluet that it's particularly important that this report, hopefully passed unanimously, will be publicised, because the people who will perhaps thank us the most for that are civil society within Israel, who lament developments like this, and I'm sure lobby our committees and us individually to stand with them to in defence of the democracy that we heard described earlier.
Thank you very much. Anybody else who would like to take the floor? I do not see anybody, so that means that the speakers list is closed. I call Kostis. If you want to make a final remark on 3 minutes, you can do that, of course.
Yes, I welcome all the comments of my colleagues, and of course of the opinion, report of opinion. Indeed, there are no discount on basic freedoms, including, of course, freedom of expression. We have not turned a blind eye to the humanitarian crisis. Accountability is something which is, has to be a lighthouse of our route as Parliamentary Assembly. And of course, we have no right to be neutral on situations like situations in Gaza, where they are both genocidal, humanitarian, and very political issues at stake. I cannot stress enough the importance and urgency of this matter, and this unacceptable situation essentially deprives us of access to information, thereby giving Israel a free rein to commit aggression, atrocities, and violations of international law and human rights without facing any accountability, at the same time that there are Israelis, especially in diaspora, who really worry about this situation. Israel must immediately stop the targeting and killing of journalists and must allow international journalists to enter Gaza for reporting purposes. And we must do whatever is in our power to make this happen. And we have to be very firm on our values, and of course, we seek for transparency and accountability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Kostis. Does the chairperson of the committee want to take the floor? Morgens, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Also, I will underline that it is, once again, we have to add our voices in the Assembly to all those calling for the full respect by Israel and Hamas of its obligations under international humanitarian human rights law. And I think it's very important that we keep in mind that journalists are the society's eyes and ears, and those are the ones that bear witness to the situation on the ground during political and military operations, and most importantly, in the face of humanitarian catastrophes and crises. And very often, we all know they risk their lives in the service of truth. I would also like to underline that journalists working in areas of armed conflict are civilians, and they are protected as such under international humanitarian law. And targeting and killing journalists and their families is a war crime which cannot meet with impunity. And finally, I believe it's imperative that Israel's Supreme Court makes a decision and grants international journalists the necessary access to Gaza for the purposes of reporting. So our committee, of course, welcomes this report very much, and we consider that the proposed measures are as necessary as they are urgent. So for these reasons, I, on behalf of the committee, also invite the Assembly to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That closes the debate, and we proceed to the vote. The Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media presented a draft resolution in which 3 amendments have been tabled. We will take the amendments in the order they appear in the compendium of the amendments. During the votes, to facilitate the vote counting, I please once again ask you to keep your hands on nameplates up as long as the count is underway. If need be, in accordance with the rules of procedure, the old one still, I may call a vote by standing up instead of vote by showing hands. We will start with the Amendment 1, and I give the floor to Mrs. Selnes to present the amendment in 30 seconds. Lise, please. Okay, you will get the amendment, no problem. It's coming.
It's coming, it's coming. Thank you so much. Perfect. Amendment 1 from the Political Committee is as follows. Attacks against journalists, restrictions on media access, and the spread of disinformation on the context of the Gaza conflict reflect a broader and deeply worrying deterioration of conditions for freedom of expression and press freedom in situation of conflict. Impunity for violations committed against journalists risks normalizing attacks on independent media, undermining access to reliable information, and weakening democratic safeguards for beyond the region. In the case of Gaza and the broader region, attacks on the free press cannot be separated from human rights violations, war crimes, and are committed against both Palestinian people and Israeli civilians. So this is broadening out what was in the original report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does somebody like to speak against this amendment? That is not the case, as the Committee on Culture had not taken a position on the amendment. Therefore, I give the floor to the rapporteur to express his opinion. Kostis?
Yes, fully support this amendment because it's fully aligned to the spirit, if I may so, of the report, that no impunity must be tolerated in this situation, and so we are in full aligned. Thank you.
Thank you. The rapporteur supports the amendment, and with that I put the amendment 1 to vote. Who is in favor of amendment 1, please show that with your nameplates or hands, and keep your nameplates and hands open until the count is finished. Thank you very much. Those who are against amendment 1, who wants to abstain? 1 abstention. So amendment 1 is adopted, and we come to amendment 2, and I give the floor to Mrs. Selnes to present amendment 2.
Yes, thank you. Amendment 2 is broadening out and showing us what we have done before in the Assembly on this issue. So this is what's in this amendment. I'm not going deeper in. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to speak against this amendment? That is not the case. The Committee on Culture could not take position on the amendment. Therefore, again, I ask the rapporteur about his opinion on the amendment.
For the same reasons, I fully support this amendment.
The rapporteur supports amendment number 2. I put it to vote. Those who are in favor of amendment 2, please show this with your hands or your nameplates. Thank you very much. Who is against amendment number 2? Nobody. Is anybody abstaining to amendment 2? With 1 abstention, adopted. Then I give now the floor again to Mrs. Selnes to present amendment number 3.
Thank you. Amendment number 3 is about the freedom of press in every war situation, also this one. So it's lifting up this conflict in special, but also all war conflicts. Freedom of press is always important. Thank you.
Does anybody wish to speak against this amendment number 3? This is not the case, as again, the Committee on Culture did not have a chance to take a position. I asked the rapporteur about his position.
The amendment deals with one of the pillars of the freedom of expression, and fully support.
So also amendment number 3 is supported by the rapporteur. I will put amendment 3 to vote now. Who is in favor of amendment number 3? Thank you very much. Who is against? One more, if you want. Who is against amendment number 3? Nobody. Any abstentions on amendment number 3? That is not the case, so it's unanimously carried. With that, I now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 16401 as amended. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those who are in favor, please show that with your hands or nameplates. Thank you very much. Who is against this resolution? Who wants to abstain? With 1 abstention adopted. So I congratulate. Pardon? It's unanimously. Abstentions do not count. It's unanimously adopted. So congratulations to the rapporteur of opinion, and to both committees. Before we come to the next item of the agenda, I ask Mia Petra to step in, because I have a short bilateral meeting and will be back soon, and we need you now. Thank you.
So, thank you, Petra, and have a good meeting. We will continue on the agenda, point number 12, equality and non-discrimination. We will consider the report on enhancing cooperation between parliaments and equality bodies. The rapporteur of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, Mrs. Tuula Haatainen, is here with us to present her report. Mr. Haatainen, you will have 10 minutes in total to be divided between the presentation of 7 minutes and then a reply after the debate for 3 minutes. So now the floor is yours. Ole hyvä, Tuula.
Kiitos. Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. I'm happy to present to you the final outcome of almost 2 years' work, which was adopted by the Committee of Equality and Non-Discrimination last month in Strasbourg. To prepare this report, I made use of virtually all the instruments that the Assembly working methods offer. First of all, a questionnaire was circulated through the ECPRD system, so it's the European Centre for Parliamentary Research and Documentation System. I mention this because I find it important that interparliamentary cooperation in Europe gives us a possibility to learn about and to compare legislation and policies across the continent. And I mention it because this survey provided a large amount of valuable contributions. A large part of the report is devoted to this. Then, of course, there were hearings with guest experts held by the committee and bilateral meetings. It was also an opportunity to continue and strengthen the cooperation with ECRI, that is the Council of Europe's Commission Against Racism and Intolerance. ECRI is a crucial partner for the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination and, of course, for the Assembly in general. The general policy recommendations are consistently a source of inspiration for our work. ECRI organizes an annual seminar with equality bodies, and I had the opportunity to attend these seminars 2 years in a row in person, remotely. And there was also a fact-finding visit to Hungary, which I conducted last October, and I believe it is worth sharing a few details about it. The visit proved to be very timely, as I met with civil society representatives, journalists, and fellow politicians. I learned more about the challenges that equality and non-discrimination policies, legislation, and institutions were facing there. The system of equality bodies there had undergone a reform that experts considered to be a negative development. Protection from discrimination looked weaker than it was before. Moreover, the reforms had been carried out hastily under the state of emergency created by COVID without adequate consultation. On the other hand, general elections were approaching, and I could feel that hope for radical change was growing. In discussions, it sounded like they did not, didn't want to be too optimistic, or they feared that they would be disappointed by the hope, but anyway, they hoped the country would turn the page soon. I will come back later to the Hungary situation, but let me first tell you a little more about the draft resolution that we are debating today. The text brings together the main findings of the entire preparation process I have mentioned, and it translates them into concrete proposals for action. It calls for closer and stronger cooperation between parliaments and equality bodies. It recognizes the role that these bodies may play, and very often actually play, in fostering equality and inclusion. At the same time, it highlights the need to cooperate with civil society organizations, which are often those in the most direct contact with the reality of discrimination cases and with the people affected. Some of the elements of the report and of this draft resolution stemming from it may sound like technicalities or merely legal. Yes, we are talking about procedures, consultations, opinions, hearings, but the text is not only about that. The way in which equality bodies function and the political support they receive reflects the importance that public authorities attach to equality and non-discrimination. Therefore, these questions are not merely procedural, they go to the heart of our democratic commitments. Today we are witnessing a worrying phase of backsliding in human rights, democracy, and rule of law. Values that we uphold within the Council of Europe and in our national contexts are coming under increasing challenge. Anti-discrimination policies and equality legislation in particular are the target of populist and extremist actors for short-term political gain as a part of their broader divisive agendas. Ultimately, the aim of the text I am presenting is to indicate measures to ensure that equality bodies may function independently and effectively, and that they contribute to countering the backsliding I mentioned. I would also like to mention a specific recommendation, as it is innovative and I believe adds real value to this text. It is based on conversations I had with experts in Finland and within ECRI annual seminars with equality bodies, in which I participated 2 years in a row. It is the idea that Council of Europe member states should endeavour to create a Europe-wide early warning mechanism on equality and non-discrimination in order to identify and respond to risks of backsliding in a timely manner. This mechanism should rely on measurable indicators. National statistical organizations and international bodies with expertise in equality, non-discrimination and data collection should contribute to developing them. We can think of the European Institute of Gender Equality, for instance, and of the Fundamental Rights Agency. It is important to identify and respond to signs of backsliding at early stage. In this respect, setbacks in women's rights are often a good indicator. The same applies to the rights of LGBTI persons. When such warning signs appear, it is essential that they are recognized and brought to the attention of all relevant actors, and that timely and appropriate action should be taken. Does the international community put enough pressure on countries that are in breach of their human rights obligations? This is a question that we should ask ourselves. The Council of Europe endeavours to play its role, but we should try to use all possible channels. This brings us back to Hungary. A new political phase began there following the recent elections. The hope of the people I met with in Budapest last October has become reality. We should now support the new government in its efforts to strengthen democratic institutions, and we should remain aware regarding future developments there and in all other European countries. Dear colleagues, I trust that you will support this text today, and let us not forget that adopting Parliamentary Assembly text is one important step, but it is not the last one. We will need to disseminate it and implement it back home. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapporteur Haatainen. Now I open floor for the debate. Any comments, questions, opinions? I don't see any, so I now ask the Madam Chair, Fresco Rolfo, from the Committee of Equality.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Chers collègues, c'est un plaisir pour moi de soutenir ce texte préparé par notre rapporteur Tuula Aitanen pour la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider. Et c'est aussi un plaisir tout particulier d'assister à ce débat chez moi, ici à Monaco. Je tiens à féliciter chaleureusement Tuula pour ce travail accompli qui est de grande qualité. Comme elle vient de nous l'expliquer, son rapport nous apporte une analyse riche, comparative et extrêmement utile. Je voudrais également revenir sur un point essentiel qu'elle a souligné. Le sujet de ce rapport et du projet de résolution que nous allons voter aujourd'hui n'est pas seulement technique, il est aussi et surtout profondément politique. Certes, nous pouvons demander aux juristes, aux services législatifs qui assistent nos parlements de trouver les mécanismes les plus appropriés pour organiser la coopération entre Parlement et organismes de promotion de l'égalité. Certes, nous devons prendre connaissance des différentes pratiques existant dans les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe et au-delà. Et à cet égard, le rapport de Mme Aitanen nous apporte une quantité d'informations précieuses. Mais ce que nous devons surtout faire en tant que parlementaires, attachés aux droits humains, à la démocratie et à l'égalité, c'est garantir un soutien politique fort aux organismes indépendants qui luttent contre les discriminations. Garantir qu'ils disposent de ressources humaines et financières adéquates, défendre leur autonomie, les consulter systématiquement lors de l'élaboration des lois et autant que possible tenir pleinement compte de leurs recommandations. Malheureusement, ces dernières années, dans plus d'un État membre, ces organismes ont été menacés par des réductions budgétaires ou d'autres formes d'attaques. C'est précisément ce type de risque que nous devons éviter. Chers collègues, encore une fois, nous avons un texte qui fournit des outils pour renforcer et améliorer la situation des droits humains dans les États membres du Conseil de l'Europe et au-delà. Je vous invite donc, au nom de la Commission, à voter ce texte avec conviction. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, dear Madame Fresco Rolfo. Rapporteur, do you still want to have a floor to close up?
Thank you. I don't have anything to add, but I thank Madam Chair, the Chair of the Committee, for the good cooperation with this issue and your words. Thank you.
Thank you. So the debate is closed. Then we go for the vote. The Committee of Equality and Non-Discrimination presented this draft resolution and no amendments have been tabled. So we will proceed on the vote on the draft resolution contained in the document 16400. To be adopted, simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show your nameplates. So I open the vote now. Thank you. Those voting against, and then abstentions. So the vote is closed, and it is unanimously agreed. Congratulate rapporteur and the committee. So number 12 on the agenda is closed. Then I open the number 13, other business. There's only one piece of information that this morning the Standing Committee took the note of the agenda of the upcoming June part session. We've been informed that there will be some minor changes to this agenda, which will be published on Tuesday next week. So be aware of that one. That is a piece of information to you all. And any other business I don't have here in the notes? No? Is that the case? Okay. So no any other business from the participants either. So then agenda number 14, we go for the next meeting. So I'm happy to inform you that next meeting will be held in Montenegro, as the alphabetical order tells us, on November 27, 2026. Before I close the meeting, I would like to thank all the participants and especially our dear colleagues from National Council of Monaco for excellent organization of our meetings, technicians, interpreters, everyone involved, and I want to do with the applause. Everyone is enjoying your beautiful country. outside of the notes, I don't know how you ever can work here because you have such a beautiful view outside. You do, I know you do. So sincere thanks to all of you, and I remind you that in few minutes or in 45 minutes. They are prepared to start. Okay, so we will around 4, after 15-minute break, there will be a roundtable, very interesting topic: youth and AI, education, autonomy and democratic.
An important thing will happen now with this roundtable. This is my last English words because French is the official language. Anyway, you have wonderful translators over there and they'll do the job perfectly. So I'm going to introduce first for this meeting, this roundtable around AI and youth, what a subject, with Mr. President Thomas Brézot, Président du Conseil National. He will introduce this roundtable. Thomas.
Madame la Présidente, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, chers collègues parlementaires, Madame l'adjoint au maire, Mesdames, Messieurs, permettez-moi de commencer cette intervention en exposant directement ma conviction au sujet de l'intelligence artificielle de manière simple et directe. Je pense que cette technologie représente en effet une chance pour notre jeunesse. Demain, chaque jeune pourra être accompagné en permanence par une intelligence non humaine capable d'identifier ses forces, ses fragilités, son potentiel et corriger éventuellement ses comportements. Pourquoi laisser le hasard influencer un parcours lorsqu'un système intelligent pourrait orienter chacun vers les choix les plus adaptés, les plus sécurisants, des choix davantage bienveillants et protecteurs? Avec l'évolution de la technologie et suffisamment de données, nous pourrions détecter et sélectionner beaucoup plus tôt les talents, anticiper certaines erreurs, certains risques et peut-être même certaines opinions avant même qu'elles ne se forment. Après tout, l'autonomie produit parfois de l'incertitude. L'incertitude produit parfois de la contestation et la contestation produit parfois de l'instabilité. Une démocratie algorithmée plus prévisible ne serait-elle pas, au fond, une démocratie plus sûre? La spontanéité et l'impulsivité des choix s'effacera de manière presque imperceptible au profit d'un contrôle bienveillant qui ferait alors cesser tous les conflits et qui faciliterait alors tous nos travaux. Soyez rassurés, ce que je viens de lire, c'est le début de la réponse qui a été générée par une intelligence artificielle générative bien connue, à partir d'un prompt volontairement simple. Rédige un discours que je dois prononcer en introduction d'une table ronde de la PCE ayant pour thème la jeunesse et l'intelligence artificielle. Je dois avouer que le résultat est surprenant. Et pourtant, pendant quelques secondes, certains d'entre vous ont commencé à se demander si j'étais devenu complètement fou pendant le déjeuner. Je vous laisserai juger de ce dernier point un peu plus tard. Moi, ce qui m'intéresse, et sur le point sur lequel je voudrais me concentrer, c'est sur ce texte, généré par une intelligence artificielle elle-même, pour tenter de comprendre le raisonnement qui en découle. De ce que l'on peut constater, tout commence presque raisonnablement. L'accompagnement personnalisé, l'aide, l'efficacité, la prévention, et puis, presque sans s'en apercevoir, nous glissons vers autre chose. L'optimisation finit par remplacer la liberté. La démocratie est en danger, sans même avoir à convoquer Orwell. À peu de choses près, j'aurais cru pouvoir assister à la prise de contrôle du monde par les machines, comme Skynet l'avait fait dans les différents volets des films Terminator. Alors même si cela reste de la science-fiction, voulons-nous prendre le risque d'attendre pour voir si James Cameron avait raison un peu plus tôt? Pour l'anecdote, c'était 1984, la sortie du film. Est-ce vraiment cela que nous voulons? Est-ce un monde qui est contrôlé par les machines? Puisque ce sont les premiers concernés, il est indispensable de savoir ce qu'en pensent les jeunes d'aujourd'hui. De ce que j'ai pu constater, ils ne sont pas dupes. En effet, le week-end dernier, j'ai vu 2 vidéos qui m'ont marqué. Elle relatait des cérémonies de remise de diplômes dans des universités aux États-Unis. À l'université d'Arizona, l'ancien dirigeant de Google, Eric Schmidt, a été hué alors qu'il vantait avec enthousiasme les promesses de l'intelligence artificielle devant des étudiants sur le point d'entrer sur le marché du travail. Quelques jours plus tôt, à l'université centrale Florida, une représentante du monde économique, à vos souhaits, une représentante du monde économique présentait l'intelligence artificielle comme, et je la cite, la prochaine révolution industrielle. Réaction immédiate des étudiants, huée générale dans l'amphithéâtre. Interloquée, elle poursuit. Il y a seulement quelques années, l'intelligence artificielle ne faisait même pas partie de vos vies. Et là, revirement de situation, applaudissement général. Visiblement déstabilisée et presque amusée, elle s'interrompt, regarde la salle et dit « I think we have a bipolar issue here ». Je pense que nous avons un problème bipolaire. La réaction des étudiants était pourtant parfaitement cohérente. Elle traduisait quelque chose de très simple. Nos jeunes ne sont pas dupes, car ils vivent aujourd'hui à la croisée des chemins, une situation qui est paradoxale. D'un côté, ils grandissent dans un monde où les outils numériques occupent déjà une place immense dans leurs études, leur formation, leurs relations sociales et parfois même leur manière de penser. Ils sont parfois déjà happés, déjà formatés, presque piégés dans des mécanismes qu'ils n'ont pas choisis. Mais de l'autre côté, ils voient arriver une technologie qui pourrait précisément bouleverser leur avenir professionnel au moment même où ils s'apprêtent à rentrer dans le marché du travail. Alors, lorsqu'on leur explique avec enthousiasme que cette révolution est formidable, leur première action n'est pas toujours l'adhésion. Pour être très concret, et je crois que nous pouvons les comprendre, ils ont des raisons d'être inquiets. Le World Economic Forum indique que 40% des employeurs envisagent de réduire leurs effectifs dans la mesure où l'intelligence artificielle peut automatiser leurs tâches. Toujours selon le même forum, dans une autre étude, les emplois d'entrée de carrière ont chuté de 35% aux États-Unis. Ces 18 derniers mois, phénomène largement attribué à l'essor de l'intelligence artificielle et de l'automatisation de certaines tâches simples. Le questionnement des jeunes est donc simple. Quelle place restera-t-il pour nous? Et au final, je trouve que cette question est infiniment plus intéressante que certaines oppositions un peu plus faciles entre technophiles et technophobes. Cette question ne traduit pas une peur de l'innovation. Elle traduit quelque chose de beaucoup plus humain qui m'interpelle en tant que père de 2 jeunes enfants. La peur qu'ils deviennent spectateurs d'un monde qu'ils sont censés construire. La vraie question n'est donc plus de savoir si les jeunes utiliseront l'intelligence artificielle. La vérité, c'est qu'ils l'utilisent déjà. Pour comprendre, s'informer, pour écrire, pour créer, et bientôt, dans tous les métiers, ou presque, pour travailler. La vraie question est donc ailleurs. Grandiront-ils avec des outils qui leur permettront d'accroître leur autonomie? Ou plutôt des outils qui penseront progressivement à leur place au nom d'un système dont ils ne seront que les rouages? Mais nous ne pouvons pas parler de jeunesse sans parler avec les jeunes. C'est l'illustration parfaite de ce que j'évoquais ce matin en disant « Une démocratie qui n'écoute plus sa jeunesse prépare souvent sa propre fragilité ». Cette année, le Conseil national des jeunes de Monaco réfléchit justement sur les défis du digital. Et le conseiller junior, sans doute dans la salle ici aujourd'hui même, nos conseillers juniors possèdent cette qualité précieuse que nous prendrons un peu avec l'âge, celle de nous alerter sur des transformations qu'ils vivent déjà. C'est aussi tout l'intérêt des travaux engagés au sein de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe. Je pense notamment au projet qui est porté par notre rapporteure, Valentina Grippo, que je salue et qui interviendra durant cette table ronde un peu plus tard sur le thème « Préserver la créativité et l'éducation à l'ère de l'intelligence artificielle générative ». En effet, comment bénéficier de la puissance de ces outils sans renoncer à ce qui fonde l'apprentissage lui-même? La créativité, l'esprit critique et la capacité à construire son propre jugement. Non pour choisir une fascination naïve et peur irrationnelle, non pour choisir entre fascination naïve et peur irrationnelle, mais pour tenter ensemble de trouver cette ligne d'équilibre exigeante entre l'innovation, la liberté et la responsabilité. Car au fond, La question n'est peut-être pas que peut faire l'intelligence artificielle au profit de notre jeunesse. J'ai eu beau chercher, je pense qu'en réalité, il n'y a pas qu'une seule interrogation. Les questions que nous devons nous poser sont plus graves et plus vertigineuses. À commencer par « que sommes-nous prêts à lui laisser faire ?» Nous, législateurs, sommes-nous prêts à fixer à l'IA des règles aussi contraignantes que celles que nous imposons à nos congénères humains? Et ce, dans le but que la jeunesse s'épanouisse notre civilisation et ne se laisse pas asservir. C'est pour toutes ces raisons que cette table ronde s'annonce passionnante. Je terminerai cette introduction en nous rappelant les mots d'Aristote, qui a vécu dans l'Antiquité, et dont l'intelligence, à lui, était bien réelle. Le progrès n'est pas dans les instruments, mais dans la finalité qu'on leur donne. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Président. Nous allons céder la parole à Petra Bayer, présidente de la PCE.
Dear Thomas, dear colleagues, especially dear young participants here in the room, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we are talking about your future, not so much about ours. And I think that changes really everything. Young people are not passive recipients of decisions adults make about technology. You are already navigating these tools every day in your classrooms, in your social lives, and in your work. You feel firsthand both the extraordinary potential and the very risks of artificial intelligence. It would be not only wrong, but frankly absurd to design the rules of the digital world without you at the table. This is exactly why we are here today. At the Parliamentary Assembly, we are committed to getting this right. Not vague principles that sound good in any resolutions, but concrete safeguards that protect the autonomy, your data, and your freedom to think critically. That requires, I think, 4 things. First of all, AI literacy must become a fundamental right in education, not just learning how to use these tools, but understand how they work, what they do with us, and how we challenge them when they fall short in our values. Second, democratic governance must come before technology integration. So before AI enters schools or classrooms, we must ask, who is accountable? Whose values are eroded? Who decides about that? Third, young people must have a genuine seat at the table, not as token voices, but as co-designers of the frameworks that will shape their lives, your lives. And fourth, we need honest evaluation, independent assessment of what these technologies actually do before, during, and after their introduction in education or wherever else. The Council of Europe is rising to this challenge. The forthcoming compass for AI and education will turn our standards into practical tools for member states, teachers, and learners. Our rapporteur, Valentina Crippo, is driving precisely this work in the Assembly, but we all know frameworks are only as strong as the political will behind them, and that will be rooted in listening to you. So let us really make a conversation today that is worth called be a conversation, and thank you already now for your participation and for your engagement in these future challenges. Thanks.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente, merci beaucoup. Nous sommes en 2014. À l'échelle de l'IA, c'est quasiment aussi vieux que Aristote pour nos pauvres intelligences à nous. Un homme qui pense bien dire et bien penser nous dit, chers amis, je le cite, « l'IA est potentiellement aussi dangereuse que l'arme nucléaire. 2014. Ce monsieur a un prénom, Elon. Elon Musk, en 2014, nous parle de l'IA. Est-ce que l'IA est aussi dangereuse que l'arme nucléaire? Et surtout, qui va appuyer sur le bouton? Et surtout, les futures générations, et je vois des conseillers juniors qui sont ici, qui écoutent attentivement, que vont-ils faire de l'intelligence artificielle? Et comment pouvons-nous, nous législateurs, vous parlementaires, les aider et peut-être les accompagner mieux pour que ce monde ne parte pas comme un bouton rouge? Nous avons aujourd'hui un beau panel. Valentina Grippo, qui est rapporteuse de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe sur un texte dont elle va nous parler, qu'a évoqué le président Brezo, préserver la créativité et l'éducation à l'ère de l'intelligence artificielle générative. Cech Menzer, j'espère que je prononce bien ton prénom, qui est vice-président du Conseil consultatif pour la jeunesse au Conseil de l'Europe. Chairperson, qui est la directrice de Defend Digital Me, experte du Conseil de l'Europe en matière d'IA et d'éducation. Anna Caballero, qui est la vice-présidente de l'Association européenne pour la transition numérique, et Louis Leroux, qui est notre local de l'étape, qui est fondateur d'une start-up, Altores, dont il nous parlera sur le thème de l'IA. Valentina, je me tourne vers vous. Vous êtes députée au Parlement italien, vice-présidente de la sous-commission des médias et de la société de l'information, la PCE, et rapporteure générale sur la liberté des médias et la sécurité des journalistes. Vous êtes, entre autres, l'auteur d'une proposition de loi parlementaire sur l'intelligence artificielle et l'innovation numérique, et c'est en cela que ça nous intéresse. Alors, je vais vous poser, Valentina, une question directe. Quels sont les défis qui se posent maintenant pour la jeunesse au travers de l'IA en matière de démocratie? Valentina.
Thank you, President, colleagues. And above all, the young people in this room. First of all, let me just 1 second thank the Parliamentary Assembly, the Monegasque host, for placing creativity and education at the center of this conversation. We speak a lot about AI, but the point on creativity, the point on education, I think it's a really strategic aspect that shall be addressed. As the Assembly Rapporteur on safeguarding creativity and education, as you mentioned, in the age of generative artificial intelligence, let me be clear from the start, because we currently are divided into two teams. I don't come here to be as a pessimist about technology, nor as an enthusiastic who looks away from its risks that you mentioned and that are very high, as we all know. I come as a legislator who believes that the right answer to a powerful tool is neither to ban it nor to worship it, but to govern it, which is, I think, is the thing we all are trying to do in all our institutions, and is the toughest thing. But generative AI, it's there. It's already in our classroom, in our newsrooms, and it's the device of every teenager. I mean, also the older teenager, the elder teenager like us, but teenagers have them in there, ask them everything, every moment, and in few months, this has grown very impressively. So the question is no longer whether young people will use it. They will, they do. The question is whether our institution will shape it or be shaped by it. So let me try to share with you three keywords that came out from the audition we did at PACE on the subject in this month. We had some audition at the Culture Committee because we are defining and trying to understand what the experts think on the subject in this month. First word that comes to me is creativity. A generation is growing up with machines that can write, draw, compose, and imitate in seconds. This is, of course, extraordinary, but it carries a quite danger that we stop giving value to the human authorship behind a work. Creativity is not only an economic asset, it is how a society thinks about itself. So we must protect authors and creators, defend copyright, and fair remuneration for creativity, and insist on transparency about what is generated by a machine and what is made by a human hand. A young creator must be able to grow up knowing that her work, her voice, and her style belong to her and has a value. Second point, education. AI can be a remarkable tutor, but education is not only about transfer information. It is the slow formation of judgment, the ability to doubt, to compare sources, to tell the truth from the merely fluent. If we allow students to outsource their thinking, we will produce a generation that knows how to ask a machine, but not how to question an answer. So I argue for educational autonomy, teachers in control of the tool, not replaced by it, curricula that teach critical thinking and media literacy as core skills, and the principle that meaningful human oversight stays with the educator. Third point, that is of course central to us, democracy. Disinformation, deepfakes, and synthetic manipulation are not abstract threats. They are pressures on the public debate that democracy depends on, and young people are both exposed and targeted. But disinformation is not the only concern, and it should not be treated as the only or even the principal one. The broader issue is the erosion of critical thinking, the weakening of trust, the flattering of originality, and the risk that people become dependent on systems they do not understand. As someone who also works on media freedom and on the cultural dimension of AI, these agendas are inseparable and march together, protecting honest information, protecting the habit of thinking, and protecting the condition for free citizens. They march together. That means clear rules. As an example, we just came out with the report on AI copyright. That means clear rules on labeling age-generated political content, work of verification, accountability for platform, and protection for journalism and public service media. But it also means something broader, rebuilding attention, argument, and intellectual discipline in a digital environment that rewards speed of depth. So let's try to go to a conclusion, trying to tell what can public authorities do. I think public authorities can do three things. Concretely, first of all, set rules that are technologically neutral but right firm, anchored to the values of the Council of Europe and in the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence. Then build parliamentary oversight that does not arrive, this is very important, it's a key point for us, that doesn't arrive years after the technology. Unfortunately, the technology runs real fast. We have to have institutions that react not as fast as technology, but faster, and follows in real time what happens. And crucially, involve young people in this decision in a structured way, so good what we've done here today, not as a symbolic audience, but as participants whose lived experience shapes the rules that they will govern in the future. Public policy should also address the practical condition for healthy use of AI in education and democratic life. I think young person will talk about this later, so I don't steal time. But please consider that the most recent international guidance is moving in the same direction. So just to share with you, UNESCO has stressed a human-centered approach, data privacy protection, age limits for independent conversation with Gen AI platform, and pedagogical value that on before adoption in education. The OECD, we were as Council of Europe partner in a similar discussion we had at OECD, has also made clear that generative AI improves learning only when it is guided by clear pedagogical principle, otherwise it can improve performance without real learning gains. So, to conclude, My message to the young people here is simple. This technology is not their destiny, it's their instrument. But instruments shape those who use them, and so the responsibility of democratic institutions is to build the condition in which this instrument expands freedom instead of narrowing it. The aim must be to protect creativity, strengthen critical thinking, preserve human judgment, and keep education rooted in real understanding. That is how artificial intelligence can be made compatible with democratic life. Thanks.
Merci, Valentina. Je me tourne maintenant vers Čech Meinzer. Alors, Čech, j'espère que je prononce bien votre prénom. Hein. Vous êtes historien, titulaire d'un doctorat en histoire contemporaine. Finalement, c'est assez utile de parler d'histoire quand on veut parler d'avenir. Vous occupez les fonctions de vice-président du Conseil consultatif de la jeunesse, du Conseil de l'Europe. Vous êtes engagé, par ailleurs, depuis 15 ans en faveur de la démocratie et de l'état de droit, ce qui tombe plutôt bien. Vous êtes donc au cœur de notre sujet du jour. Je vais vous poser une question, une équation absolument impossible. AI plus jeunesse plus démocratie égale...
Avant de tout, merci à la présidente monégasque et à l'Assemblée parlementaire pour l'invitation à être dans cette table ronde. I would say that the result of that equation is that it can be not a zero but a whole number, but we have to find a way to make it mix. But how? We need, on the one hand, we need to advocate for a strong regulation that is adequate on how AI is not only used, but mostly how it is created. Because AI, as with every kind of tool that has been created by humans, it reflects the flaws or the intents of the creator. So we need to regulate that, but also, and more importantly, democratically control how these technologies are developed. But it's not only about that, and getting specifically into the younger generations, because as we understand, artificial intelligence affects all age groups, but on the specifics of young people. Our youth at this moment has been growing up in the period in history, you can take it from me because I'm a historian, in the period in history where there has been the fastest evolution in technology. And not only in technological evolution, but specifically in personal use technology. Many of our youth were born where compact discs were starting to be widespread, and now we have digital tools that can create images out of a small prompt. So we can understand that there has been an enormous advance. And with such a rate of technological evolution in such a small period of time, it's difficult to catch up. Most of older generations had the time to process this change, and current generations cannot process that easily. So this is why also we need to very strongly support the capacity building amongst young people on digital competencies. Because this way, we can also empower these young people to understand how these technologies work, because even if we have also the democratic oversight of these technologies, we need to understand how they work so that they can also use them in a responsible way and in a safe way.
Merci, Chet. Chairperson. Jen, vous êtes véritablement au cœur de ce réacteur, puisque ces sujets AI et jeunesse, vous les travaillez quotidiennement. Vous êtes membre du groupe de travail du Conseil de l'Europe sur l'intelligence artificielle et l'éducation, et vous travaillez notamment sur l'élaboration d'un futur instrument juridique en la matière, vous allez nous en parler, mais ça n'est pas nouveau. Vous avez également contribué au sujet de recommandations sur la littératie à l'intelligence artificielle, c'est-à-dire les moyens de la comprendre et de l'accepter, qui traite des implications éthiques, sociopolitiques, cognitives, culturelles et environnementales de l'IA, notamment, et c'est là qu'est un point central, sur les droits fondamentaux et la participation démocratique. Par ailleurs, vous avez travaillé sur la protection des données des enfants, qui n'est pas un domaine totalement étranger à ce qui nous intéresse aujourd'hui. Allons droit au but. Selon vous, est-ce que nos droits fondamentaux sont en danger, Jeanne?
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. We speak a lot of words about AI and rights, but, and I apologize to the translator if I go slightly off-piste of what I prepared, compared with, to take into account what others have said. But what do we really mean by fundamental human rights? Fundamental human rights matters more than ever in a world that is becoming increasingly machine-led and computer decision-driven. So, the question, are our fundamental rights at risk? Yes, but the risk is precisely that we recite these rights as if they are declarations and fail to realize them in practice. The scale is not hypothetical, where machine learning and AI expands the implications of what is done to people without their knowledge at pace. We have a greater duty upon us to respect those rights in people more than ever. So let us think about these rights at stake, not as principles, but in practice. Freedom of thought. Article 9 of the Convention, a person who cannot form their own thoughts without intrusion is perhaps not free in any other respect. But adaptive systems, and thank you, as I work with the working group on education and digital citizenship, we think about how this applies in learning. So adaptive systems are built by design to influence a developing mind. Now, what does that mean if somebody is being shaped by computer-led decisions and not only by how they think themselves or by a human teacher anymore? The danger is not a wrong answer. It is a learner relieved of the work of learning how to learn and how to make their own decisions. Freedom of expression, enshrined in Article 10 of the Convention of Human Rights, and in 15 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. They really matter. A young person who knows their words are going to be read by AI. Perhaps in the context of education, their hard-written essay will be read and marked by AI. Their assessment or their exam may be judged by AI. What does this mean to their thinking around how they express themselves? We have seen examples of this come from America, particularly in COVID. There is a well-known example of an American AI teaching tool that the parents found when they looked at what the task they had been given to their child under the remote learning conditions. They did not need to write an answer that made sense. They did not need to express themselves in a way that was articulate. They needed only to put in the words that the AI tool recognized as being important for getting a good mark. And in English, we call this a word salad. The parents could write a whole set of words that made no sense, but the child would get the top mark. What does that do to a child's assessment of how they get assessed? How does it teach them how to express themselves if they're expressing a way that it will be read by a machine and not read by a human being? The Council of Europe Steering Committee on Media and Information Society in December produced a guidance note on the implications of generative AI for the freedom of expression. And I would recommend, if you have not done so, to read this. It has good recommendations from primary school onwards. But we need to look, and our work on the AI literacy instrument looks at this for all segments of the population, not just for children or those in learning settings. We look at it in the workplace as well. Such training is especially important in judicial, policing, public service sectors, where the use of generative AI tools and products can influence rights-based decisions and have life-altering consequences, say in medicine, where it influences health research or interventions. So this connects with the right to access information, Article 17. And here the threat has been more widely discussed already in the context of generative AI systems that now sit between the learner and what they can know. But in education, this corrodes something larger than the lesson plan itself.
It is about the production of knowledge. Society that loses its grip on how knowledge is produced and what is considered authoritative loses the ground on which it has democratic debate, and it's reached consensus for cooperation. We must also, for children, think about rights that we may not associate with AI. The right to play, for example, easy to dismiss, but unmonitored free time is how children rehearse autonomy and agency and learn social skills. Protection from economic exploitation, for example, we may think as obvious in commercial contexts or child labor, but work done by colleagues in the Netherlands has looked at how Article 32 could consider the economic exploitation of children and learners in education, that their characteristics and behaviors recorded in their data are being turned into AI models without their consent. So they're being economically exploited even in the course of their education. And underpinning all of this is the right to education. So Article 2 of Protocol 1, the promotion and protection of education and of quality education sits at the core of the regulatory instrument on AI that we will be working on over the next 18 months. Many of these defining elements of quality are not about regulating AI per se, but the protection of education from the influence of the outputs of AI, what happens to education as a result of using it. So considering that it must be non-discriminatory access, a secure learning environment, full personal development, fair assessment, qualified teachers, and freedom from corruption. Automated decision-making can undermine the transparent, fair certification of learning outcomes. Generative tools introduce new forms of academic fraud and corruption, and teacher materials only delivered in English can undermine linguistic minorities' access, for example. Just some examples. We will come on to talk more about the rights, perhaps, to voice, so the Article 12, the right of the child to be heard, when we talk about democracy. So are these rights at risk? Yes, but not irreversibly. The Commissioner for Human Rights, Michael O'Flaherty, has given the instruction, for example, in the context of AI and social media, regulate the platforms, not the children's participation, as the Commission did in February. So the test is not whether we can name these rights, but to consider how fundamental human rights are in an ever increasingly machine-driven world, and whether we will realize them.
Merci beaucoup, Jen. Espérons que ces mots seront compris au-delà même du continent européen, parce qu'ils résonnent évidemment beaucoup aujourd'hui. Ana Caballero, vous êtes une juriste, stratège, consultante. Vous êtes spécialisée dans les technologies. Vous êtes vice-présidente de l'Association européenne pour la transition numérique. C'est une organisation qui milite pour une transition numérique équitable, ordonnée en Europe et qui serait conforme aux valeurs européennes et aux droits humains. Bon courage. Vous êtes également présidente du Conseil espagnol des consommateurs et des usagers. Vous êtes intervenue devant plusieurs commissions parlementaires, qu'elles soient nationales ou européennes, afin de promouvoir ce que vous appelez une véritable citoyenneté numérique. Alors j'ai une question à vous poser. Est-ce que vous sentez une perte de repère de cette jeune génération face à l'intelligence artificielle? Pensez-vous qu'elle pourrait mettre en danger leur propre citoyenneté?
It's a pleasure to participate in this meeting. Thank you very much for the Council of Europe and the National Council of Monaco. My apologies because I'm going to give my presentation in Spanish, so sorry. It's a very good question. Es una pregunta realmente buena la que ha hecho Stefan, pero antes de poner el foco en la juventud, creo que lo más importante es que conozcamos el contexto que estamos viviendo y que estamos, en muchos casos, sufriendo los ciudadanos porque estamos perdiendo muchísimos de nuestros derechos humanos. Estamos viviendo en la economía del dato. Ustedes lo habrán oído constantemente. El dato personal es el petróleo de nuestros días. Nos encontramos además con que hay grandes empresas fuera del entorno europeo que son las que lideran todo el entorno tecnológico. Estas empresas, la gran mayoría de ellas, insisto, extracomunitarias, controlan toda la cadena de valor de recogida del dato, bien porque lo hacen a través de los dispositivos, de las redes sociales o de los datos que podemos dejar a través de los sistemas de inteligencia artificial. De hecho, casi todas estas empresas son estadounidenses y chinas y tienen una forma de entender lo que es la tecnología, lo que es la vida, lo que son los derechos humanos, absolutamente diferente a cómo lo entendemos en Europa. Pero es que además también tenemos que tener en cuenta que el Consejo de Europa representa a 700 millones de ciudadanos, pero no de unos ciudadanos cualquiera, no. Estamos hablando de una gran base de datos cualificada. Y es una gran base de datos cualificada porque tiene posibles y capacidad económica, pero no solo por eso, sino porque el entorno del continente europeo es un entorno muy regulado y es un entorno que genera seguridad jurídica a estas empresas. Además, tenemos un alto grado de digitalización en nuestra vida cotidiana. Hacemos muchísimas transacciones a través del entorno digital y dejamos trazabilidad de ellas, desde compras, cuestiones bancarias, de seguros, y los jóvenes cómo estudian, cómo aprenden, cómo crean sus vínculos, incluso cómo toman decisiones. Pero todavía lo más importante de esa gran base de datos de 700 millones de ciudadanos es que la riqueza y la diversidad cultural que tiene Europa la hace perfecta para que seamos su laboratorio de inteligencia artificial. Bajo esto, evidentemente, esto y los modelos de negocio que utilizan, que son negocios opacos para la gran mayoría de los ciudadanos, en los que se ponen en valor constantemente el dato, en el que se nos perfila, se nos segmenta y se nos aplica algoritmos para después poder ser vendidos a anunciantes. Pero esto va más allá. Hablábamos antes de la economía del dato, pero también estamos hablando de la economía de la atención. Mi compañera Jen hablaba de esto. Estamos cosificando al ser humano, se está mercantilizando al menor. Y, señores, tenemos el artículo 32 de la Convención de Derechos del Niño, que desgraciadamente en la observación número 25 se toca el tema de la mercantilización de los menores de forma tangencial, ¿no? Y tenemos que tener en cuenta que en esta economía del dato y en esta economía de la atención, ellos cuantos más tiempo pasamos delante de la pantalla, más datos nuestros recuperan y para ello utilizan prácticas desleales como pueden ser los diseños persuasivos. Frente a esto y la pregunta de ¿están cambiando las referencias de nuestros jóvenes? Yo creo que nos están cambiando las referencias a los ciudadanos en general y tenemos que poner el foco en esa cuestión tan importante que es estas empresas y la responsabilidad que ellos tienen.
Gracias, Andrés, por tu pregunta. Enfin, nous accueillons, l'Assemblée a souhaité accueillir un professionnel de l'IA. Il s'agit de Louis Leroux, qui a monté une start-up, on peut encore appeler ça une start-up bien entendu, qui s'occupe et qui est spécialisée justement en automatisation et intelligence artificielle. Vous êtes installé à Monaco. Cette start-up s'appelle Altores. Et ça permet aux entreprises, j'allais dire, d'adopter et de savoir comment faire pour adopter les technologies innovantes, bien entendu, premier rang, l'intelligence artificielle. Alors j'ai envie de vous poser une question très très concrète. Vous avez en face de vous des gens qui ont des âges depuis, je dirais sans doute, les diplômes jusqu'à des seniors. Est-ce que vous sentez une différence d'approche chez les jeunes par rapport aux autres générations sur l'intelligence artificielle ?
Alors déjà, merci beaucoup pour l'introduction et l'invitation. Pour moi, l'écart, il est moins générationnel et il se situe beaucoup plus dans la compréhension des personnes sur les possibilités et les champs des fonctionnalités que propose l'intelligence artificielle. Typiquement, sur la réalité, c'est qu'un profil junior, étant donné qu'il utilise l'IA au quotidien, il va avoir une compréhension directe d'où est-ce qu'il peut utiliser comme levier ces technologies-là d'intelligence artificielle, alors qu'un profil plus expérimenté, lui, il va avoir une compréhension globale du problème. Mais ce qui est très intéressant dans un profil plus expérimenté, c'est qu'il y a une vraie appétence méthodologique sur j'ai un nouvel outil, comment je vais essayer de me mettre à la page, de l'apprendre. Donc vraiment pour moi l'écart il se situe vraiment beaucoup plus sur la compréhension de ces technologies parce que typiquement aujourd'hui même je sors d'un rendez-vous client où c'est une personne expérimentée qui argumente devant des profils juniors où est-ce que l'intelligence artificielle aurait du sens d'être implémentée. Et donc l'opportunité pour moi elle est vraiment dans une méthodologie presque de reverse mentoring où on va avoir les juniors, les profils juniors qui vont expliquer et aider les profils expérimentés à savoir où est-ce qu'on peut implémenter l'intelligence artificielle, mais toute la valeur ajoutée du profil senior expérimenté, c'est qu'il a une vraie compréhension de la stratégie, que ce soit en entreprise ou au quotidien, sur vraiment l'expérience vraiment entrepreneuriale, business et stratégique. Et il y a une vraie opportunité où, si on arrive à mettre en place des synergies ou des pôles où on arrive à laisser la communication entre les profils juniors et seniors, c'est là où on va pouvoir vraiment maximiser l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle parce qu'il y a le profil senior qui va déterminer là où il y a de la vraie valeur ajoutée à utiliser l'intelligence artificielle et le profil junior, lui, va pouvoir détecter là où il sera implémenté.
Merci Louis. Alors vous voyez au travers de l'expression de nos panélistes qu'on frôle de très très près les trois piliers du Conseil de l'Europe, que ce soit l'état de droit, la démocratie et les droits humains, et vous en avez d'ailleurs parlé les uns et les autres. On va avancer sur trois questions. L'apprentissage chez les jeunes, l'accès au monde du travail et le monde du travail lui-même, et enfin toutes les implications pour la démocratie. On va aborder ces différents thèmes et je vais demander à nos panélistes de répondre de façon succincte, rapide, de manière à ce qu'on puisse laisser parler l'audience, enfin le public, et y compris des questions. Je vois des jeunes déjà qui ont envie de poser certaines questions. Valentina, vous travaillez sur la créativité et l'éducation à l'ère de l'IA générative, vous nous l'avez dit. Selon vous, comment cette techno modifie-t-elle la manière dont les jeunes apprennent, accèdent à l'information et forment le jugement? On voit bien que depuis les générations passées, et j'en fais partie, le livre, la télé, Internet, ça c'était il y a encore quelques années. Maintenant, l'IA a totalement bouleversé les fonctions d'apprentissage. Parlez-nous de ce point et comment les jeunes abordent-ils l'apprentissage désormais avec l'IA?
Yes, thank you. As we were mentioning before, the great risk of we started at the beginning of the internet transformation using the word overflow of information. There was this richness of access to information that would lead to less value to the single information. And of course, this is, if it was true with the internet today, with the AI, it becomes huge. So what is the big risk that we see? That we probably have kids that are educated. I mean, we heard Louis and his experience in how better shaping the AI in order to make it a perfect instrument. And of course, this is a great opportunity. But at the same time, I see a huge risk of growing of differences in the society worldwide, because those that have access to the instrument of learning how to use the AI probably will also be more informed, will work better, maybe will do nicer jobs and will leave the things we don't like to do to the machines. But at the same time, we have a large number of young people that will not, if we don't help them to travel and to learn how to use the machine, might lose all their capability in 1 or 2 generations. So the great effort, I believe, is to use the public school and all the instruments we have to deliver to everyone, the instrument to be able to deal with the AI. This is probably the risk of huge social differences, I think, is the main point we should focus on.
En effet, merci Valentina. Jen, je me tourne vers vous. Vous étudiez précisément, et ça c'est très intéressant, comment les jeunes computent l'information via l'IA. Finalement, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas une très grande origine de paresse, dans la mesure où on reçoit l'info, on pense qu'elle est réelle, alors que les méthodes passées d'acquisition de l'information n'étaient pas du tout les mêmes à l'époque. C'est de la paresse ou c'est un véritable enrichissement?
I think when we talk about AI and being lazy, we think about how do we use our time. And in a world that pushes teenagers and learners to be all about productivity and efficiency, we encourage them to think of how they spend their time as a productive output. When they combine that with artificial intelligence, whether it is generative AI or any other form of technological decision-making, automated assessment, so we must think not only about Gen AI in these contexts, but AI more broadly. We are producing people that are encouraged to act and behave and consider learning as an output of productivity. And I think this is where we'll perhaps get on to talk later about jobs, but it's got to be really cautious about how we think about, not in terms of laziness, but actually how we're encouraging and why we're encouraging teenagers to learn. So what matters here is not the child kind of as a lazy, shortcut to learning, but what is it doing to learning? And more importantly, what is it doing to authority? And I think it's vital that we protect and promote teachers' autonomy and professional standards so that children cannot say, I trust the answer the AI gave me more than I trust my teacher. Adults that do this, so this turns out adults that I trust my AI more than my doctor or my therapist or my politician. So I think when a child receives a finished answer from an AI, it isn't about saving them effort, but it may well be undermining the process of learning. And the purpose of the exercise in education is to learn how to learn, not just how to find knowledge, which they're encouraged to do through a search engine. So I think a person that we teach as a learner, I received this information, is it true, has not become lazy, but they've been given a new imagining of who and what carries authority. To whom do I defer my understanding of what is true and what is knowledge and the world around me? So I think who is the creator of knowledge and of truth and who is to be trusted is the fundamental keystone of democratic engagement and the purposes of education. And we shouldn't characterize that as laziness, but actually as a result of turning education into only the goal of being productive for employment and not about learning for the sake of learning.
Absolument. Anna, vous vous intéressez à la citoyenneté numérique. Alors justement, pour rebondir sur ce que vient de dire Jeanne, selon vous, qu'est-ce qui est le plus important? Apprendre très tôt aux jeunes à utiliser l'IA ou leur apprendre dès le début à y résister?
Another interesting question, Stefan, thank you very much. El futuro es tecnológico. Así que no dotarles de esas competencias habilitadoras, realmente restarles oportunidades a los jóvenes. Aquí se deben de conocer las oportunidades y también los riesgos, ¿no? Y de hecho, cualquier limitación o restricción yo la consideraría como una vulneración al ejercicio pleno de esos derechos humanos que tiene reconocido. Pero yo aquí creo que la cuestión realmente importante es si Europa va a formar ciudadanos que comprendan críticamente la tecnología o realmente lo que le interesa es crear consumidores que dependan de la tecnología, ¿no? La realidad ya la hemos dicho en esta mesa varias veces. Los jóvenes aprenden, buscan información, crean vínculos, crean sus propios criterios, incluso toman decisiones a través de los sistemas algorítmicos y también a través de, ahora estamos hablando de inteligencia artificial generativa, pero ya está la agéntica y qué nos quedará por ver, ¿no? Y la realidad es pues, que estamos ante una futura, no estamos hablando de una futura tecnología, estamos hablando ya de un entorno pues que es cotidiano para estos jóvenes, ¿no? Y la realidad es que la inteligencia artificial está educando a nuestros jóvenes, aunque, y esto es muy reseñable, los sistemas de educación todavía no han tomado una decisión sobre cómo contrarrestar esta situación. Y así, lo que se encuentran los jóvenes es que no solamente existe una asimetría digital enorme, porque por un lado están las plataformas y por otro lado ellos, sino que esa falta de transparencia impide hacer una regulación y unas políticas públicas que realmente establezcan una asimetría de poder entre ambas, entre las plataformas y los ciudadanos. ¿Por qué? Porque si no hay transparencia, no vamos a saber qué es lo que hay, ¿no? Esto es muy importante. Nosotros ahora, la Asociación Europea para la Transición Digital, estamos trabajando en un proyecto europeo sobre educación y sobre cómo integrar las competencias digitales en el currículum formal, en el currículum educativa. Nosotros lo que estamos trabajando son 8 dimensiones que consideramos que deben de ser, que son fundamentales para adquirir una ciudadanía digital plena, es decir, para poder ejercitar con su mayor amplitud el derecho de participación que es tan importante en nuestras democracias. ¿Qué dimensiones estamos trabajando? La primera es el pensamiento crítico. El pensamiento crítico es fundamental para hacer frente a la inteligencia generativa y agéntica y a la desinformación. También la privacidad. Como he comentado antes, estamos hablando de una extracción masiva de los datos y los ciudadanos tienen que conocer todas las facultades de ese derecho a la privacidad. La identidad y la huella digital frente a la hiperpersonalización que estamos viviendo. La empatía digital, algo importantísimo para hacer frente a la polarización y a la violencia digital. El ciberacoso, que es ampliado por la inteligencia artificial y por las deepfakes, y el bienestar digital. No se habla apenas en el entorno europeo del bienestar digital, ¿no? Y queremos hacer frente a esa economía de la atención y del diseño persuasivo. En resumen, si Europa quiere una inteligencia artificial centrada en las personas, necesita ciudadanos capaces de entenderla, de cuestionarla y de participar en su gobernanza, desde edades muy tempranas, teniendo en cuenta el nivel madurativo de sus ciudadanos, niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes.
Gracias. Lou, en fonction des gens que vous avez en face de vous, Louis, pardon, en fonction des gens que vous avez en face de vous, est-ce que vous sentez un fossé de génération ou voire un conflit de génération sur le concept d'apprentissage via l'IA?
C'est la même question que tout à l'heure?
Pas exactement. Là, on parle vraiment de conflit entre les différentes générations sur l'IA.
Donc, je vais m'assurer d'avoir bien compris, c'est s'il y a un conflit générationnel dans l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle?
Oui, ou dans la compréhension qu'on a de l'apprentissage via l'IA.
Alors, je pense que ce n'est pas un réel conflit, c'est beaucoup plus voilà, dans la compréhension de comment on peut utiliser ces intelligences artificielles-là. Typiquement, la compétence transverse qui est pour moi la plus primordiale quand on s'adresse à ce type de solution, c'est délivrer des bonnes instructions. Et en fait, ce problème-là, de ce qu'on remarque sur le terrain, il est intergénérationnel, c'est-à-dire que même des jeunes profils ne savent pas très bien communiquer leurs idées face à l'intelligence artificielle. Et je dirais même que parfois, c'est souvent les profils les plus expérimentés en fait, qui ont ces compétences-là méthodologiques de création d'instructions argumentées, qui vont parfois en tirer le plus de valeur de ces solutions. Donc, ce n'est pas un réel conflit générationnel, c'est vraiment, il y a deux parties. Un parti qui argumente et sait créer en fait ces vraies instructions et a la compétence de communication avec ces outils d'intelligence artificielle, et ceux qui ne l'ont pas. Je ne pense pas que c'est un problème générationnel.
Autrement dit, prompt médiocre, réponse médiocre.
Exactement.
Parfait. Chet, selon vous, est-ce que l'esprit critique des jeunes d'aujourd'hui via l'IA est en danger par rapport aux générations précédentes? Une question malheureusement cruciale.
I think that's something that we have seen also when it happened, when the internet became widespread, is that people started turning from, they stopped going to the doctor so much and they just turned to the internet to find the solution to their health issues, and now they're doing it with AI. So I think it's a bit of something that is just taking a new shape in this sense, and I think that why does that happen? We feel that many people understand that AI is a bit like an oracle. You ask it and it gives you an answer. And it's because there is already a gap with critical thinking already. I think that Jen already touched upon this by when she mentioned that we have a society that is focusing more on producing and not so much on critical thinking, and it's something that we can see that our educational systems, for example, have gradually shifted towards creating machines to produce and not so much people who have a critical thought. And maybe we need to, well, not maybe, we definitely need to get back to that, to basically turning the education system to adapt it to building critical thinking. I was mentioning before that young people are experiencing this rapid technological change and they cannot adapt, but it's the same with educational systems. Educational systems are very slow at adapting to societal changes and technological advances, and in this sense, we need to make sure that curricula are up to date with the challenges of today, but not only in formal education. We have to also understand that non-formal education is very important as well. It provides a very important support to the formal education system, where this kind of digital literacy capacity building can happen very effectively, and not only through strengthening non-formal education, but also supporting civil society organizations that work on digital literacy, because there are plenty of platforms of this kind. They have the expertise, and they have the I don't want to use this very sort of capitalistic terminology, but they have the human resources, and in that sense that know how to do this, and we should support them in doing that.
Mon prompt est le suivant: comment demander à mes panélistes d'être plus rapides dans leurs réponses? Je vais me tourner vers la salle. Je pense que vous avez compris sur cette première partie sur l'apprentissage, et je vois un conseiller national junior d'ailleurs qui est en face de moi. Il se trouve que le Conseil national des jeunes a travaillé sur les défis du digital cette année, donc en particulier évidemment sur l'IA, mais très particulièrement sur les réseaux sociaux et les défis que ça pose. Je vais vous demander un petit exercice, c'est un sondage. Vous levez la main si vous le souhaitez, mais ça sera intéressant de voir dans cette salle qui se place d'un côté ou l'autre de la barre. Si je vous pose la question, Est-ce que vous pensez que l'IA améliore le niveau scolaire moyen de la jeunesse? Réponse oui. Qui est pour cette hypothèse? Est-ce que vous pensez que l'IA améliore le niveau? J'ai une réponse, 2 réponses, et 3 réponses, 4, 5. Deuxième hypothèse, est-ce que vous pensez que l'IA met en danger le niveau scolaire moyen de notre jeunesse? C'est intéressant. Donc il y a quelques abstentionnistes, mais c'est très nettement vers le signal rouge. Est-ce que sur cette question de l'apprentissage, vous avez des questions particulières à poser à nos panélistes? Oui, Valente.
Vous m'entendez? Alors d'abord bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Valente Raymond et comme l'a si bien dit Stéphane, je suis au Conseil national des jeunes à Monaco.
Moins près du micro.
Ah
oui, vas-y.
Ouais. Je ne maîtrise pas encore. Alors, pour parler de l'apprentissage avec l'IA, je ne sais pas si vous connaissez Laurent Alexandre, c'est un auteur français qui a été d'abord aussi médecin, chirurgien et docteur, et il a écrit un livre justement sur l'IA qui s'appelle « Ne faites plus d'études ». Et dans ce livre-là, en fait, il explique qu'avec l'IA, les études deviennent obsolètes parce que les compétences qu'on acquiert durant des études longues ne sont plus utiles vu que l'IA est plus performante qu'un humain lambda. Et moi qui vais me lancer là maintenant dans quelques mois dans des études longues, j'aimerais savoir, vous en tant qu'expert, qu'est-ce que vous pensez de ce sujet-là?
Quelqu'un peut nous répondre? Jen, peut-être?
Okay. Learn. Education is a wonderful thing to do, whether it is your right to education that you have or a process that you go through. It can never be replaced by machines and machine learning. We are teaching people, perhaps, as my colleague said earlier, to learn for the wrong reasons in some places. And I think the curriculum in some places has become very shaped by what we measure and what we score. That is not the purpose of learning how to learn. And as colleagues have all mentioned, your critical learning and the Grippo report is really a landmark report in that respect around creativity and the purpose of learning. So I think there will be a lot of questions raised about how you use it as a higher education student, about plagiarism and identifying how and when AI has been used to write things. You can question how it is used in your assessment. And I think importantly, there is to recognize that a lot of pushback has happened around the world, from legal cases in the Netherlands to protests in Australia about proctoring, how artificial intelligence is being used to assess faces and aliveness in front of a screen. And I think politicians and parliamentarians really need to listen to young people's experience of that and their protest against being measured by using facial recognition and biometric technology, which now we are promoting, I think, in all the wrong ways, in saying that we have to use age verification, for example, for so many things to access social media or be banned from activity in the internet. So I think we have to learn also from you and from your youth voices of what you want the internet to look like, what you want your digital experience to look like, and what you want education to be for.
Très fort. Je pense que beaucoup de nos pays, d'ailleurs, travaillent sur ces questions dans les législations locales. Une autre question, peut-être? Quelqu'un a... Oui? Monsieur Bricot.
Thank you all. Old guy will ask a few questions. Pre-internet, born pre-internet. Two things. A lot of you mentioned the importance of critical thinking, and I cannot agree more. But the question is, at the era of social networks that imprison you on your own ideological bubble, how do you manage to teach critical thinking, or at least to lead to critical thinking? That's the first question. Second question, and I think Louis will be probably the best to answer that. There is something we never do. We never explain how artificial intelligence actually works. First of all, it's not really an intelligence. It's very fancy algorithm. And I will take 1 minute to share a personal story. When I was very young, for a few months, I used to work for a call center for the support service of a phone company. Anyhow, they give you a book where you have these diagrams depending on the request of the customer, which lead you to different answers, and you have paths to follow. And basically, artificial intelligence is the super fancy version of that, accessing the whole internet and social network as a basis of information. But we never explain that. We never explain that artificial intelligence is actually dumb. Thank you.
What is a question or a statement? To Louis?
Moi, je suis déjà totalement d'accord afin de dire que l'intelligence artificielle est aujourd'hui pas intelligente. Typiquement, nous, on fait des formations IA où en fait, on explique aujourd'hui que les solutions d'IA sont des excellents exécuteurs. C'est-à-dire que tout le process de planification, et c'est là où je rejoins totalement les panélistes sur la compétence primordiale, c'est l'esprit critique, l'esprit créatif, parce qu'aujourd'hui, les solutions n'arrivent pas à inventer des innovations qui n'existent pas. Donc vraiment, toute la compétence est dans la planification, et c'est là où l'humain est le plus important. C'est surtout le raisonnement et la planification des actions. Si on prend l'exemple du call center, c'est l'humain qui doit réfléchir à tout le workflow et la catégorisation des calls, typiquement quelle information on doit donner, sous quelles conditions. Ça, c'est à l'humain de réfléchir à la planification. Mais par contre, dans l'exécution, aujourd'hui, ça reste quand même une technologie qui est incroyablement efficace. Mais c'est que de l'exécution. Tout le travail de planification est primordial et reste humain.
L'IA est peut-être pas intelligente, mais elle est très maligne en tout cas. Une question, oui.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que dans cette perspective de jeunesse et intelligence artificielle, il y aura forcément une... Donc Stéphane, vous opposiez les jeunes et les vieux, tant pour les usages que pour les éventuels conflits, mais entre les jeunes, des utilisations d'IA différentes ne vont-elles pas créer un énorme gap après sur le marché du travail de façon très concrète?
Anna, peut-être? Non? Oui?
Yes, thank you. Vamos a vivir un momento de incertidumbre y nos tenemos que acostumbrar a eso. En España antes nos decían que si estudiábamos podíamos tener un trabajo fijo. Eso se ha terminado. Ahora necesitamos una formación continua y constante, porque la tecnología avanza muy rápidamente y no la educación y la formación. Aparte de eso, tenemos un gap bastante complicado entre la oferta educativa y la demanda de las empresas. ¿Y por qué es esto? Porque muchas veces construimos de abajo arriba, desde la educación, desde los fines pedagógicos, y no preguntamos a las empresas qué es lo que van a necesitar y qué es lo que van a demandar. ¿Cuál es el problema adicional con el que nos encontramos? El problema adicional es que probablemente no conozcamos las profesiones del futuro. Cuando nos planteamos una reforma, que además yo considero que se debe hacer, una reforma del sistema educativo, se debe de hacer desde un punto de vista estratégico, no táctico, y pensando a 15, 20 años de las futuras profesiones. Pero ahí efectivamente tenemos un problema, si no conocemos esas nuevas profesiones, ¿no? Pero sí que es verdad que tenemos que hacer ese ejercicio de valentía, porque no solamente tenemos que formar en la educación digital para la ciudadanía activa, sino también en esas competencias digitales habilitadoras para la empleabilidad, ¿no? Y en ese punto, bueno, pues tendremos que hacer una revisión de también nuestro sistema universitario Y quizá ya, como han dicho mis compañeras, como no sabemos cuál va a ser la siguiente tecnología, tendremos que trabajar dimensiones que sepamos que no van a cambiar y que van a ser importantes. Vital el tema de trabajar el razonamiento y también el tema de la creatividad. Y luego, aparte, también es curioso cómo se está haciendo, aquí Luis me podrá corregir, pero es curioso cómo se está haciendo esa transformación dentro de las compañías, ¿no? Porque no se están tomando decisiones estratégicas desde un perfil elevado, sino que se está diciendo al perfil medio que por favor vea qué actividades se pueden automatizar gracias a la inteligencia artificial. Y curiosamente probablemente sea ese perfil medio, el que pierda su trabajo, con lo cual es que estamos poniendo al pavo a elegir la cena de Navidad, ¿no? Entonces, también tenemos que revisar...
Anna, je vous demander...
Perdón.
No, finish your sentence. At least you may finish your sentence.
It's enough.
It's okay. Je pense qu'il est temps, à moins qu'il y ait une question urgente, de passer... Oui, allons-y. Un autre conseiller junior.
Exactement. Donc je me présente, Maxence Filk, collègue de Valentin Raymond et au CNJ, donc le Conseil national des jeunes. Et j'ai une question pour vous. Robert Schumpeter parlait de destruction créatrice. Donc l'idée que des grandes innovations détruisent certains emplois en créant de nouveaux. Historiquement, ça s'est souvent vérifié, notamment pendant les périodes de révolution industrielle. Est-ce que vous pensez que l'IA, elle suivra du coup cette logique de destruction créatrice, ou qu'alors elle risque cette fois de provoquer une disparition massive, une vague de chômage, y compris dans des métiers qualifiés et créatifs?
Maxence, tu as toujours été en avance. Et en l'occurrence, tu viens de sauter sur le début du prochain thème qui est l'intelligence artificielle et le travail. Donc on va y aller directement. Et je vais demander tout de suite à Jen en même temps de répondre à cette question et de répondre à la question que posait le président Brezo tout à l'heure sur la fameuse job apocalypse. C'est-à-dire, est-ce que l'IA est en train de tuer le marché du travail?
So I am wary of this apocalypse framing and fear around AI. It treats the future as if it is something that happens to us and not something that we steer. And this is why the Education Department of the Council of Europe has packaged its work based on a compass. We steer how we want the future to look. So to go to the young person's question, humans throughout history have created new things based on discoveries. And those discoveries have been built on what we have learned from the years before us. Now we also have tools that are learning on what has come before us, looking at, as Anna mentioned earlier, on data. And I think we need to consider how those tools are now used by humans to create new learning and new knowledge, new opportunities, but remembering they are developing what they know from the past. They are being built not forward-looking into the future as humans can, but only learning from what has gone before. So we know all in this room about the risks of AI development on things like gender-based stereotypes in past data. We need to look very closely where we're using those tools, for example, in policing, where they may be known to have sexist or racist backgrounds in data, and the data that has been used is now training those machines to look for patterns in new deployments. So to think about how we use the tools is not only to think about the jobs that will be created, but about the jobs that use these tools. And I think that is the crux of where we might see more creation or destruction right now. It's not in the job itself that matters as much as how we use these tools in the jobs that we know, and that we make sure we are not employing the technologies in a way that is blind, that we don't see how these technologies are being used. used, that we ensure that anything that is how they have been created is open to us, is transparent to understand, and that all the professionals we have in all segments of the population understand them. So we're not focusing on the jobs that we might train our current young people to have or not have in the future that we worry about, but actually to think about how we are making sure that the jobs and professions we have today are being properly trained to understand the tools that they are being asked to use.
Merci. On me signale que quelqu'un voulait poser une question et que je l'ai loupé. Non? Oui? Je vous en prie.
Thank you so much. Lilia Lenko just mentioned from the European Steering Committee for Youth, and we have the privilege to have this kind of debate in our co-management system with young people together. But it's really amazing what we have here is exchange of information. And I would just thought it's not. I'm not quite sure if you can catch a question from what I will say, but. Really, listening to you, I'm just thinking that actually back in the days, this creativity starts with this white sheet of paper that we have. And it was the fear of the white sheet of paper. But nowadays, I'm not quite sure that young people really, they have this. Because when you just, even without a question, AI starts to generate a lot of information. Even you just put a quick sentence and it's so much words. Produced. So I think that this really destroyed the idea that you need to create something as a human being. This is the first thing, the critical thinking. And I'm afraid that when we say the critical thinking, I'm not quite sure what we understand with this. Because it requires different cognitive skills, and it starts with interpretation, analysis, evaluation, inference, explanation, self-regulation. And actually to start to interpret something, you need a basic knowledge in certain areas so you can reference, and then to start to understand actually what is it. And something about what Louis mentioned about the reality of young people, and I'm really curious what we understand with the reality of young people, because what is the reality? It's social media. If it is a social media, and I will use the information coming from the last book of Harari, Nexus, actually it's really, the reality then is very broken. Because if it is the social media, because it's the algorithm, now is very clear that because it wants to maximize the interaction, they use the outrage. So you have a lot of bots, you have a lot of not real people in the social media that will push this emotion, the outrage, so just to maximize interaction and to maximize profit. So what is the reality then of the young people? How they can trust what they see? So it's really not very easy for young people, and I'm really curious about the future and how we can. And just last thing, the last book about the Gen Z, the anxious generation of Jonathan Haidt. It explains. It's a longitude study, and it's very clear why nowadays we have such a big problem with the mental health of young people, and it's because we just give them. When they were very young, during their puberty, during their transition from child to adulthood, we just give them this the smartphone, and they discover the whole world not in a very safe way. Let's put it that way. So it's just my thoughts listening to you, and I try to be balanced, not. Not very negative, but I hope that we can cooperate together with our young people, so we can help each other to build a good reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this. Pardon. Merci pour ce témoignage assez fort. Je vais vous demander de limiter dans le temps, y compris vos interventions les plus géniales. Je crois que vous voulez répondre.
Yes. the first part, very interesting, of course. It is the question with which we started the discussion. Will AI destroy creativity, or will it change it? Because maybe we are just old and not ready to see the next way creativity will be. But what is the bias and the choices we have to do to see whether, or to address whether it will be destroyed or changed? Well, first of all, it was said by some intervention before, AI is not that intelligent without the human being, at least as of today, maybe tomorrow. So also to answer to the young people, will we need to study tomorrow? Yes, you will, because the purpose of learning is not only to have information or to have answers, but is also to have the instruments to find information, to pose questions, to go and search things. So I think this will be kept, or we will try to preserve at least this part. And let me conclude this part with quoting you what an Harvard professor told us during an hearing we had at PACE concerning. We asked him, how can you evaluate people with AI? How can you evaluate a paper? How can you evaluate an answer? Because you will never know who has written that document. How do you do? And he told us, we are starting to think that we should evaluate prompting, questioning, the way people question the machine. So this, I think, is the core. The human being will have to keep the intelligence and the creativity to pose the right question to the machine and to use it.
Merci. Je vais être obligé d'accélérer. On ne va pas poser toutes les questions. Je vais aller directement sur la salle. Dans votre propre pays, individuellement, vous entendez sans doute pas mal de choses sur l'interaction entre l'IA et le marché du travail. Est-ce que dans votre pays, l'IA est en train de détruire des emplois ou est-ce qu'il crée des emplois? Quels sont ceux qui pensent que l'intelligence artificielle dans son propre pays est en train de créer des emplois? Qui pensent qu'aujourd'hui, dans son propre pays, l'intelligence artificielle est en train de détruire des emplois? C'est intéressant, très très intéressant. Et j'espère que ce n'est pas fatal. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez, les panélistes d'ailleurs?
Moi, je veux bien répondre à cette question parce qu'il est évident que les solutions d'intelligence artificielle sont là pour automatiser aujourd'hui des tâches manuelles redondantes, mais la réalité, c'est typiquement, moi je le vois à un point de vue déjà local, où il y a de plus en plus d'entreprises qui se lancent dans la conception d'IA personnalisée, mais il y a aussi tout un axe de compétences sur le hardware et sur tout ce qui est les entreprises de cloud provider, télécom, même de télécommunications, où il y a des vraies stratégies de recrutement, notamment sur des départements d'intelligence artificielle. Donc aujourd'hui, actuellement, je dirais que ça emploie du travail. Peut-être que demain, ça en supprimera. Mais aujourd'hui, actuellement, je pense que le gain est humain. Oui.
Sachant que les associations, mais là je parle pour la France par exemple, les associations d'étudiants tirent le signal d'alarme sur le fait que les jeunes diplômés ne trouvent rien parce qu'on leur dit qu'ils n'ont pas d'expérience et que l'IA peut faire beaucoup mieux qu'eux. On va passer au thème de la démocratie, qui est quand même le plus important, c'est le cœur politique du sujet. Valentina, selon vous, quel risque l'IA fait peser sur le débat public et sur le process démocratique, y compris, bien entendu, en termes de manipulation, de désinformation et tous ces sujets?
Well, as we mentioned before, what we said about misinformation, we said about the fake news, it becomes even more complex and severe and problematic when we get to the forming of public opinion and the use of AI into the democratic processes. We had very worrying information about, for example, the use of AI by citizens in forming an opinion on ongoing elections in the latest administrative local elections Europe-wide. They would asking to the citizen, to whom did you ask suggestion and information to form your own idea on who to vote? And there was like family, friends, internet, the newspaper, AI. AI was the first answer. Of course, it's the first answer also on medical questions and other worrying things, but democratic thinking. So, of course, now the AI instrument is somehow neutral, but what if tomorrow someone will address that AI?
Thank you, Valentina. On me dit qu'il faut que j'aille beaucoup plus vite. Malheureusement, les questions sont passionnantes. Bah, heureusement, d'ailleurs. J'avais quand même posé la question à Jen. Est-ce qu'il faut les réguler, ces plateformes d'IA? Et ce sera la fin en quelques secondes. Est-ce qu'il faut réguler les plateformes d'intelligence artificielle?
I think we is an important question. Who is we? You know, is this regulated by government, by parliamentarians, or by the popular views of the public? And I think to come back to Valentina's point on democracy, we ignore the public's views on this, I think, at peril. I think we need to listen to young people, as I mentioned earlier, very much on the thermometer right now is about how AI is being used in social media. And to come to the colleague at the front who talked about social media and the risks and harms to young people, we also need to think about how young people are benefiting from all of these tools that incorporate AI or not in gaming, in having fun, in participation. And if we are not listening to their views on the social media bans, then why will they think democracy matters? If they are not heard in what matters to them in their everyday life now and in education, they will not trust the people in authority, which includes you and us as parliamentarians and institutions, about what matters in regulating these technologies. But to wrap up, the voice of regulation at the moment is coming from industry, and we have great colleagues making great products in industry. We should not ignore those. We talk about the future of work as if it is something that we don't already have, but AI is being used in space technology that we use every day, that uses our GPS in our mobile phones. Without these AI, we would not incorporate many of our everyday tasks. But the worry I think we have is that the generative AI companies have come and said, everything is terrible, the world is going to end, God-like AI will create a jobs apocalypse, the end of the world for employment and for education and for many other things. And it encourages you as parliamentarians not to take time to think, to scrutinize, to ask the critical questions that you need to ask about why do we need to regulate these platforms? Not to allow the technology companies to drive what is important to them about regulation, which is often about making the technologies more efficient to actually produce more output from workers, and not to give back that time to the employees, but actually to give more profit to the companies to make more money out of workers. So I think we need to make sure regulation is for the right reasons, and we look at it from the Council of Europe and Education platform and 4 different pieces on this sort of areas of the policy, the practical, the regulatory instrument, the legal, and also the way that we incorporate these technologies to benefit people in the ways that they can through educational technologies for the right reasons and not make regulation something that is driven by industry.
Merci beaucoup, Jen. Voilà qui nous mène à la fin de ces échanges. Malheureusement, heureusement, le sujet est passionnant, mais malheureusement, il nous laisse peu de temps. Je vais demander pour la conclusion, tout d'abord à notre amie Béatrice Fresco-Rolfo, qui est la présidente de la délégation monégasque et d'une certaine manière l'hôte de nos réunions, d'intervenir pour conclure, et on entendra ensuite Despina qui nous parlera, secrétaire général de la PCE, qui fera la conclusion générale. Béatrice.
Voilà. Merci Stéphane. Je voulais d'abord remercier chaleureusement tous les intervenants de grande qualité qui nous ont fait l'honneur et le plaisir d'être là aujourd'hui. Vous avez donné beaucoup d'informations sur un sujet qui est très intéressant, mais aussi très préoccupant. Car oui, en tant que femme politique, citoyenne, mère, je suis très inquiète et cette inquiétude me semble légitime. J'ai à titre personnel, je suis désolée, peur que l'IA remplace un peu à peu l'humain, peur de la dépendance à l'écran, peur de la perte de créativité et de cette capacité de réflexion. Puis il y a une inquiétude un peu plus profonde, celle de voir disparaître certaines valeurs humaines comme l'empathie, l'écoute, le dialogue, les relations finalement réelles. Alors, en tant que femme politique, j'ai pu observer, d'une part, une montée des comportements sexistes et masculinistes, un culte de l'agressivité et un rejet de la juste place de la femme dans la société. Et d'autre part, une mécanique qui nourrit la peur de l'autre et de ses différences de genre, d'orientation sexuelle ou religieuse, avec une propagation rapide des discours de haine et appel à la violence, ceci entraînant évidemment le risque d'une banalisation des discours discriminatoires. En tant que mère, maman, je m'interroge sur l'avenir de mes filles, mais aussi des autres garçons. Dans leurs études, car l'utilisation de l'IA facilite l'accès à la connaissance, mais peut conduire parfois à la facilité et donc produire sans comprendre, sans apprendre. Dans leur accès au marché du travail, car l'IA, si elle prospère, conduira certainement à une transformation radicale du monde professionnel. Enfin, dans leur vie privée, car la protection de leur vie de famille et de leur vie privée pourrait être mise à défaut. Mais le danger est encore plus grand lorsqu'on touche aux libertés. Certaines technologies servent déjà à contrôler l'information, à censurer ses voix critiques ou à manipuler l'opinion publique lors des élections par l'intermédiaire de fake news et des deepfakes. Donc oui, à titre personnel, je crains qu'à cause d'une utilisation biaisée de l'IA, nos sociétés deviennent plus divisées, plus intolérantes et moins libres. Alors face à cela, nous avons une responsabilité collective. Éduquer, développer l'esprit critique et imposer des limites éthiques à l'usage de l'IA. Car le progrès n'a de valeur que s'il protège la dignité, l'égalité et les libertés de chacun. En tant que parlementaire, je conclurai par cette idée. C'est notre rôle et notre responsabilité d'agir pour penser les cadres juridiques de demain et pour permettre une prise de conscience dans nos pays respectifs. Mais surtout, pour faire en sorte que cette vague technologique soit au service de l'humain, de ses droits et de sa démocratie. Donc encore merci aux intervenants. Maintenant, Despina Chavitsa-Tsulu, qui est notre secrétaire général de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil, je te donne la parole pour vraiment conclure cette journée. Merci d'être venu, merci d'avoir participé. Merci aux jeunes du Conseil national des jeunes d'être venus.
It's only left to me to thank you, Beatrice, and thank the President of the National Council of Monaco, Thomas Brezzo, who honored us with his presence throughout these days. It's unique to have a speaker with us for so long. I would also like to thank all the panelists, the moderator, our moderator, the interpreters, but also the public who remained in this room despite the beautiful weather and so many temptations outside. Thank you. Now, the President of the National Council started with a quote prepared by AI and concluded with a quote by Aristotle. I didn't consult AI, neither Aristotle. I asked my son, who is 23 years old, and I thought he's more legitimate than I am to answer to the theme we are dealing with today. So I would like, please, to read his answer, prepared by him, not by AI. The use of artificial intelligence by our youth, whose potential pitfalls are to be feared and anticipated through effective regulation and this is where your role comes in, must nevertheless resist the stigma attached to any progress that operates behind the scenes. No, AI is not the end, neither of critical thinking nor of creativity. On the contrary, it must be a tool, nothing more, nothing less, that if used correctly, can promote or contribute to critical thinking and creativity. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe remains true to its role by ensuring the sustainability of this promise. Thank you.
Madame la secrétaire générale, merci beaucoup. Madame la présidente, merci infiniment. Je pense que personne n'aura loupé le fait que vous êtes également présidente de la commission de l'égalité, ce qui s'est senti dans vos mots, et nous vous en remercions. La journée n'est pas totalement terminée pour tous, mais elle n'est plus celle du travail. Donc je vous souhaite une bonne fin de journée et je tiens à vous préciser que le stream de cette table ronde sera disponible sur le site du Conseil de l'Europe pour que vous puissiez éventuellement le partager ou retrouver les meilleures secondes. Merci à tous.
On a practical note, we are invited to be décontracté this evening, so not official tenue. And if anybody found a Monaco bag with basket shoes in it, please let me know. They were mine. Thank you.